Probando.
Good morning, everybody. For the participants in Zoom, can somebody please unmute themselves? Just a quick audio test. Thank you.
Just going to stay
No, que ya no arreglamos, lo tendrá que hacer.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. It's 9:11 a.m. I have a little technical problem to start the meeting. It's all solved now. And thank you. And we are on the second day of the CFMC meeting, 179, August 12, 2022. My name is Marcos Hank. I'm the chairman of the Caribbean Council. And roll call, Cristina, let's start with you.
Good morning, Cristina Olan, Council Staff.
Buenos días, Lejay Rivera, Council Staff.
Good morning, buenos dias. James Craiglow.
Good morning, Nicole Ashley.
Morning, Carl Prochetti.
Good morning, Laura Simo.
Good morning, Andy Strelchak.
Good morning, Jocelyn D'Ambrosio, no Office General Counsel.
Morning, John Walter, Southeast Fishery Science Center. No fisheries.
Good morning, Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fishery Science Center.
Buenos días, María del Mar López, no Fisheries. Buenos días, Graciela García Moliner, Council Staff.
Miguel Borges, good morning, no Office of Law Enforcement. Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, the AP Chair of Puerto Rico.
Good morning, Julia McGrath, DFP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning, Jamie Cruz, SSC.
Good morning, Howard Forbes, DPNR Enforcement.
Morning, Jack, Governor, no official.
Good morning, Heather Blau, no Fisheries.
Good morning, Kate Zamboni, NOAA Office of General Counsel.
Buenos días, María Elizabeth, Council Staff.
Good morning, Helen Anderson, no Fisheries. Buenos días, Janet Ramos García, Puerto Rico Seagram.
Good morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison.
Jasmine Perez, the Charitable Trust.
Solima Garcia, Fisherman. Gabriel John.
Miguel Roman, Council Staff.
Thank you very much. This morning we'll have a very important presentation, but before we're gonna have the list of the Zoom participants, virtual participants.
Okay. In Zoom, we have Ana Salceda, Yamisa Rodriguez, Adam Bailey, Alida Ortiz Sotomayor, Andrew Richard, Cristina Package Ward, Cindy Gray McCaskey, Damari Delgado, Daniel Mato Caraballo, Edwards, I believe that is Edward Schuster, before, Iris Olivera, Jaime Morel, Jesus Rivera Hernandez, John Walter, Lauren Rensford, Lieutenant Cameron Box, Manny Antonaras, Marta Prada, Matt Walia, Nicole Grew, Rachel Eglin, Rachel O'Malley, Sarah Stephenson, Stephanie Martinez Rivera, Tania Capote, and Vanessa is connected twice, also by phone. If I am missing anybody else, please speak out now. That is all in the list.
Thank you very much, Leah. Hi, thank you, Christina. To start the meeting, I will pass first the mic to Miguel Rondon to introduce the first presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to introduce Laura Simon. She is from the Office of International Fisheries, Trade and Commerce. And today she's going to talk to us about the latest events regarding the WCAFC, the Western Central Atlantic Fishery Commission. I met Laura several years ago, and I have found that Laura is one of the best members of that office that have worked with us in Caribbean issues. And Rachel is the other primary crime. She's in this room here. And both of them have done an excellent job representing the United States, the NOAA fisheries in all these endeavors with the international arena of the Caribbean. So with that, Laura, and also for the record, you can introduce yourself. Obviously.
Gracias, Miguel. So once again, my name is Laura Simo, and I'm with the NOAA Fisheries Office of International Affairs, Trade and Commerce. And I'll be giving a presentation on the Western Central Atlantic Fishery Commission. Next slide, please. So for those of you who are not familiar with WCAFC, I will basically give a brief overview of the organization. Then I'll discuss some of the outcomes from a recent meeting that just concluded of WCAFC. I'll share some information on some upcoming meetings that may be of interest, contact information, and then hopefully have time to answer any questions. Next slide, please. So WCAFC operates as a regional fisheries body under Article 6 of the FAO Constitution. And essentially that means it's basically under the umbrella of FAO. So it's not an independent organization. And it acts in an advisory capacity to promote effective conservation, management, and development of living marine resources in the wider Caribbean. So none of the measures adopted are binding. It's comprised of 34 members, including the United States. And the area of competence is actually shown on the map by the area shaded in blue. Next slide, please. So there are 11 working groups under the auspices of WCAFC, and they focus on either species or fishery-specific issues. And as you can see, there's basically representation by member countries, but also we have representation from sub-regional, regional, and international organizations upon invitation. And I basically put a star by the organizations that the United States is most actively engaged in. So that includes the working groups on Caribbean spiny lobster, queen conch, fish spawning aggregations, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, recreational fisheries, moored fish aggregating devices, or MFADs, sharks, and fishery data and statistics. I would note the United States is very interested in the working group on deep sea fisheries. However, this group has not met in nearly 10 years. I also want to highlight a relatively new working group focusing on flying fish and dolphin fish. And just as background, back at the commission meeting in 2019, at the recommendation of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, the United States basically asked for a working group to focus on dolphin fish and other pelagic species that are not covered by the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tubus, or ICAT. So as a result of that, the commission decided to expand an existing working group on flying fish. And the United States does plan to be very active in this working group. And so I'll be discussing a little bit later in my presentation. And then just to note, there's also a working group on shrimp and groundfish, but it's focused on the North Brazil Guyana shelf. Next slide, please. So now I'll give you some of the outcomes from the 18th meeting. It was held virtually at the end of July. The United States chaired that meeting, but just to note that our chairmanship has ended. So the current chair of WCAFC is basically the country of Nicaragua. Also to note that we had 17 member countries participate. We had a U.S. delegation represented by State Department, but we did have good representation. Basically, we had staff from my office, from the No Country Southeast Regional Office, Maria Lopez. We also had representation from the Caribbean, South Atlantic, and Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Councils. And I do want to just take a moment to thank Miguel and Marcos, who assisted us in preparing for the meeting and attended the meeting. We really appreciate your engagement and your guidance. We also had participation from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. And then just to note that Nancy Cummings of the NOAA Fisheries Southeast Fishery Science Center participated in her capacity as chair of the WCAFC Scientific Advisory Group and chair of the Fisheries Data and Statistics Working Group. Next slide, please. So among the outcomes, we had several important non-binding recommendations and documents that were adopted. These basically were developed by the working groups with U.S. participation. The first outcome we had was adoption of a data collection reference framework, which will provide guidance for standardized data collection on key species in the region. And just to note that this was based off a interim framework that was adopted 2019 meeting and been refined intersessionally. And to note that basically anything that's collected under the framework will be contributing to a regional database that's called the Western Central Atlantic Fishery Information System. And that will provide information for the monitoring of key species, for stock assessments, as well as help with any needs that are identified in the region. There was an accompanying recommendation that actually strongly encouraged members to use the framework. And there was a recognition that investments are needed to enhance the capacity of member countries for data collection and reporting. Next slide, please. Another outcome was there was an adoption of a regional fish spawning aggregation FMP that's focused on Nassau grouper and mutton snapper. And again, just to note here that the United States, through the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, had supported the development of the plan and an accompanying communication strategy. So again, I want to thank the council for its leadership on this. I think Michelle pointed out in her presentation yesterday, but I'll reemphasize that, of course, conservation of Nassau grouper is a U.S. priority since it's included in the Annex 3 of the Specially Protected Areas Convention called the SPA Protocol, as well as it's listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. There was a recommendation that members implement this plan and also improve data collection and assessment of fish spawning aggregations. And there was an agreement that WCASI members and the Secretariat should promote communication and outreach for the conservation of fish spawning aggregations. And that will include some of the work that Ana Salceda will be presenting at this meeting. And finally, there was a call to mobilize resources for priority research and monitoring. Next slide, please. There was also a recommendation adopted on IU fishing that calls for strengthened fisheries governance and actions to control and regulate transshipment activities and the development of mechanisms to share information on fishing vessels consistent with any domestic confidentiality requirements. The Commission reaffirmed its commitment to implement the regional Queen Kong fishery management plan. And we agreed that we would be monitoring the progress of implementation on an annual basis so we can assess any progress or identify gaps. And members were encouraged to participate in genetic research to identify the spatial distribution of Queen Kong to provide information on connectivity and traceability. And members were strongly encouraged, as I mentioned, to participate in this, so we hope we have the work undertaken soon. We do also have a recommendation that the Queen Kong Working Group collaborate with the working group on IU fishing to help take actions to combat IU fishing in Queen Kong. Next slide, please. There were also several documents related to MFADs that were adopted, however, on an interim basis. And this includes a Caribbean Regional Management Plan for MFADs and a guide for improved monitoring and assessment of impact of MFAD fisheries on stocks. The MFAD working group was charged with finalizing this plan and the guide so it can be considered and hopefully adopted at the next commission meeting. The Secretary for CAXI was also asked to support a regional assessment of impacts and mitigation measures for MFAD fisheries in the region. And finally, members were encouraged to promote data collection and analysis of MFAD fisheries, to support stakeholder communication outreach campaigns, and to encourage research. Next slide, please. We also adopted a regional plan of action for sharks. And just to note that this basically was based on works that began in 2017 that the United States supported. The plan of action sets forth 5 objectives, and there's a long table of actions to undertake to achieve those objectives. The Commission also supported WCASI becoming a signatory to a non-binding coordination mechanism for ocean governance. And there was support for an exchange of letters of cooperation between WCASI and ICAT to facilitate collaborative work on areas of mutual interest. And just to note, there was a strategic plan, was renewed and updated through 2027. And we have a work program that was also adopted through 2024. And at the request of the United States, it was amended to include a meeting of the Flying Fish Dolphin Fish Working Group and a meeting of the Recreational Fisheries Working Group. Next slide, please. So just to note some of the upcoming events, in January, late January, we'll have the 5th meeting of the Working Group on Spawning Aggregations, to be followed by a 1-day meeting of the Queen Kong Working Group. And then we also, as I mentioned, we hope to have the first meeting of the Flying Fish Dolphin Fish Working Group, but that would be at a date to be determined. Next slide, please. So at this working group, the plan, of course, is that the working group will identify any key issues to be addressed. We'll develop a work plan as well as our terms of reference. So NOAA Fisheries is, seeking information from stakeholders on any issues, challenges and opportunities that they would like this working group to address. So certainly invite input from the council, and you can share your input either at this meeting or subsequent to the meeting. Next slide, please. So if you'd like more information on WCAFC or any of the documents that I mentioned, I wanted to share the website. And of course, if you have any questions or want to discuss WCAFC further, I provide my contact information as well as the contact information for my colleague Rachel. Next slide, please. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you for an excellent presentation, very detailed, precise, and very good. Everybody must be very clear what is going on the WCAFC. And questions? JJ?
Thank you. How difficult or what is the process to start a new working group?
Thank you for the question. So the process is that at the meetings of the commission, we basically usually have a member will recommend the creation of a working group. And once it's adopted by the commission, that sets forth the process for a working group to be established. I would note that there was concern at the last meeting when we asked for the creation of this working group, that there's already so many existing working groups. So in fact, that's why we decided to merge the dolphin fish and other pelagics with an existing working group, because there was concern about resources to be allocated to the working groups. So I would note there was some hesitation by some members to create a new group. If there's issues we identify a priority, certainly there's an opportunity to get a working group established.
Yeah, so for example, if there is an idea like these three working groups could be merged into this general overall idea, would that make sense?
Yeah, in fact, I think there is a growing interest in having better collaboration between the working groups. In fact, I think many of the members on the call I know who participate in the working groups we see that there's connectivity between the different working groups. So there's likely going to be a need to have potentially joint meetings in the future or to have greater collaboration. So that's certainly an option. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you, Graciela.
So thank you, JJ, and following in that same topic, we are thinking, well, at least I'm thinking about ecosystem-based fishery management and the actual oceanographic connectivity of the wider Caribbean. So that was way back when in the 80s, I think there was a lot of interest in that oceanographic connection. And I think that has died off. And since we have all these shared resources, I think that, that connectivity among groups makes a lot of sense. So I'm echoing JJ's idea, and I know that it's difficult, but I think that would be worthwhile looking into. So thank you for the presentation, because it makes sense. Thanks.
Gracias, Castella.
Anybody else? I'm sorry, okay, I don't see because of the light. Go ahead.
Laura, thanks for the presentation. Two questions. You mentioned the endorsement of the management plan for Nassau Group for a month snap for spawning aggregation. So process-wise, is that developed across the number of countries that will CFMC, and then because it's non-regulatory, it's not really binding, then for example, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the expectation would be that the member countries go home and implement it, but as you mentioned, it is not binding. So it's just at this point an endorsement encouragement.
Then an add-on for Caribbean Fishery Management Council that already protects and manages many of the spawning aggregations. How does that work? We've already kind of met our obligations, and any additional work that maybe we need.
Yes, couple of points. What we have, we can see, when we talk about members, is the country. So we have to keep that in mind, because sometimes we have good ideas, and when we go there, the Prime Minister believes that, but going back to this, we fish by example. So when we go to international meetings, representing the delegation, by the way, thank you for having, Ariadne Mac, because we engage again with the contact with Southern Region. After this meeting, we have the South Atlantic and the Gulf Council, they are engaged again with the council. So the two plans were prepared by the CFMC. We hired two experts. We prepared the management plan. And then it goes through a whole process similar to what we have here. We have the SSC, the Certification Science Center. And doesn't look like much, that line. But for the WCAPC to adopt those two management plans is a success story. The countries that belong to each one of those working groups already pledged to adopt the management plans. The problem is that you have countries like the United States with a lot of money, and you have island countries that don't have that much money to implement anything. The other issue is social economy. In each country, the social economy varies. So when you go to country X and tell them which are not fish or not to do anymore, and you say, well, what else my fisheries can do? Then go 3 months. So it's very complex. But going back to your questions, the United States try to not push, but try to show by example again what is it that we're doing to manage the species that we are interested in. And remember, since the get-go, the Caribbean Council was authorized to work on this international policy because we share the species that are upstream. As you all know, have an impact on all of us. Going back to your question and Garcia, that we can see mostly deal with classical approach to fishery management. All countries are moving to ecosystem management, ecosystem-based management. And they're doing that through the help of NGOs, because most of them don't have the capacity to do it. Then you have countries in Central America that their interest, because of the economy, is in the Pacific, not in the Atlantic. So all that, well, in one sentence, we have been able to achieve something that took about 20 years, which is to have this management plan for the species that we are concerned, the young people is concerned. The species that we manage and the have to say that at the same time are impacted whatever happened in other countries. So we have the Spawning Aggregation Working Group. The poster boys are the natural grouper and the multi snapper, but the management plan covers any other species that aggregate to spawn. We provide scientific advice. Certification Science Center, we have experts like Dr. Nancy Cummings. She has been a champion for this, and now she's the president or the chair of the scientific advisory group. Too many acronyms, and she has done an excellent job. This last meeting, I was very proud to hear her presentation because it was a lot of work, and that presentation convinced the countries to move forward, adopt management plans, and now they are in the process of helping other people getting assistance from the European community, even China here, to help them implement this plan. The council, we have coordinator for the effort is Marta Prada. Dr. Marta Prada, she is coordinating the pre-com, the working group effort from the side of the from the US side, and also the Spawning Aggregation Working Group. That Spawning Aggregation management plan was put together by Gonzalo and Marta Prada, working 24 hours, because Gonzalo is in one phone. When she was awake, she was working on it, and Marta was sleeping, and vice versa. And they were able to put that plan in a record time. I shout out to both of them because Gonzalo is well-known authority on species of fish. And we are lucky to have her stay because she said, Miguel, this is the last plan I'm gonna work on for you. And she has told me that twice already, so I hope that is the last one. But anyway, I would like to thank Laura to come here. I want to also to thank Alexa, the boss, because Alexa gave us a presentation of the CCC about everything that the Office of International Fisheries, Trade and Commerce is doing. And Rachel and Laura helped with that speech. And she was able to mention all this, all the working groups that the CFMC is working on. So the effort is a teamwork. We have no fisheries in Washington, no fisheries, zero office, Maria del Mar, and before Maria del Mar, there was the Milano, and the CFMC. Several years ago, I convinced them to accept the chairman of the council to be part of the delegation. So since that time, we have Carlos Sachete, Enya Pinero, and now Marcos to participate in this meeting. The participation to these meetings are by invitation only. And we go to the U.S. Department of State, they are the head of the delegation. But now we have the International Fisheries Office. I have to say that name very quick because they keep changing it. So I hope that this afternoon they still have the same name. But anyway, I think that we'd like to thank again for what we have. The key part of this effort is our recommendation, and that will be part of that.
James Craig Lowe. I just have a question about the British Virgin Islands, what interaction or agreements we have with them and possibly on with the British government.
And so to answer your question, there is representation, so the members basically participate and then on behalf of their territories and regions. So there is, for example, so we do have territories and islands represented at WCASI, but again, it would be by the member governments. But there is attendance by those basically based on the island as well, who know the conditions and situation better. So yes, there actually is engagement in the Caribbean, but as I mentioned, it would just be from the government. So basically in attendance of the meetings.
For the question, I want to restate that please state your name like Jane just did. Because we are a family, we all know each other, but the virtual people need to know who's speaking. Just state your name very loud and clear. Anybody else? Any question? Carlos?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of interested in your working group for flying fish. Is there something I can read up on what they're doing? Because with climate change and shifting stock, I don't know what's going to happen and how we deal with flying fish. And I believe sometime in the future, I'm going to be talking about management of that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So yes, there has been quite a bit of work by the Flying Fish Working Group. So actually I can send you some documents, or like I said, they should be available online. There's basically a management plan that was put forth by the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism. And they've been the ones who've basically been leading that working group and doing a lot of trying to promote actions for conservation and management. So certainly happy to share that information with you. Thank you for the question.
Any other question? So hearing none, thank you. I'm sorry. Right.
It's a comment, this is Maria Lopez with Zero. So Carlos, for the Flying Fish Dolphin Group, we're also gonna have representation from our office, from Caribbean branch, Sarah Stevenson, which is working with the Pelagic Action. She's going to be part of that group too, so we will be able to have that integration. And also from the South Atlantic branch from Sustainable Fisheries, Nikhil Mehta, which is the person that works with the dolphin fish in the South Atlantic, is also gonna be able to participate in that group as well. So that way we have all bases covered as well from this side. Okay.
Well, thank you for that, because we have fishermen, some fishermen that are doing flying fishing, so I'd like to talk about it.
Miguel?
Very quick, the name of the new working group is Flying Fish Dolphin Walk. So, and the emphasis on Dolphin Walk is because the countries are interested in pursuing the management of the dolphin fish, because the dolphin fish is beginning to be part of the economy of these countries for recreational purposes. And the council participated years ago on a Pan-Caribbean workshop on dolphin fish. And also they included the walk for the same reason. Wow, and the dolphin fish, as we all know, are very important recreational fisheries in the US, that are becoming more and more important in other countries. So far, many of the countries use the dolphin fish in the commercial sector. And the wahoo is also part of the commercial sector. Flying fish is the #1 fish in many other countries, especially the southern part of the Caribbean, so much so that the dollar, the easy dollar, they call it, the flying fish. It's not the president, it's the flying fish. So it's very important. And in the US, Caribbean, flying fish are now being considered high in the total priority, but as Carlos is saying here, it's becoming a concern because flying fish, as you know, is used for bait as well as other uses. So it's becoming something that we would like to address. In the presentation, you saw the recreational fishing, the fishing working group. The reason for that is just because, like I said, it's becoming more and more important to consider the recreational sector. The reason why the countries are, considering the recreational sector is because we created visas for the boat. An example was given, for example, in Puerto Rico, the tournament for the biggest dolphin fish, they have to be bigger than 70 pounds. I know we got it. Well, they let at this fishing port $90,000 net income per day. It doesn't look like much, but it's a lot. And every year they have something like that. So that's why we are trying to export best practices in the US to all the countries and also learn from them. The mooring fish aggregating devices work that is being done in Barbados and other places. There are scientists dedicated to the effort. We are copying as much as possible best practices from each one of these areas. So it's a two-way street. And I don't think that you mentioned Article 15. Okay. You had a lot of articles already, so we don't have to answer it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. As seeing no hands more in the room, I want to wrap up this by saying, as the chairman of the council, I recognize the island-based fishery that we want to follow up that line of thought. Is represented by the comment that Carlos just did with the flying fish. That is something unique to the some pride issues. Right now, I'll make sure that we'll be sharing the information, and you guys have the list of working groups that we have to work with. Please, as council members, if you guys have any concern or any consideration and something that you need to share with us to best represent the council in this engagement with CAPSI, get in touch with us and make sure that everything is well connected. Thank you very much.
Now, Mr. Chairman, we have Ana Salceda. She's ready, Cristina.
Good morning. Yes, thank you, Miguel. Good morning, everyone. Greetings from San Francisco, California. My name is Ana Salceda, and I'm lucky enough to be the coordinator of the communication strategy of the WCAPSI Spawning Aggregation Working Group that complements the Fisheries Management Plan. Thank you very, very much for opening today a space for me to present the work that we have been doing at the communication subcommittee of this working group with the continuous support of several organizations, but especially NOAA Fisheries, NOAA International, and the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council that have been supporting and rooting for this communication effort since day one. Thank you all. I'm going to share my screen to start my presentation. So recovering big fish is a communication strategy for the conservation and management of fish spawning aggregations in the wider Caribbean region, the WCAPSI region. We started working on the research and testing in 2018. And the strategy was officially approved by WCAPC in 2019. The education and outreach strategy starts implementation with a 3-year trilingual public engagement campaign called Big Fish. And this campaign is designed to help protect fish spawning aggregations, initially focusing on 2 species, NASA grouper and mutton snapper, which are the focal species of the management plan, and as many of you know, both in danger. I understand that many of you don't have many information about the work that we have been doing, so I will try my best to briefly summarize what we have achieved until now and the next steps ahead to be able to launch this campaign in the spring of 2023, next year. The name of the campaign, Big Fish, refers to many of the attributes that are foundational to the strategy. It suggests the size of the fish that aggregate to spawn, the big money that is at stake, the size of the fisheries crisis, and the number of people and countries that are intimately connected to fisheries throughout the big this big region. Our target audiences, as you can see on the screen, are the fishing community, and we will focus on 2 key stakeholders, which are fishers and decision makers. And the general public is our 3rd target audience, and it's critical because they drive demand through buying habits in the Caribbean and beyond, so they can influence targeted species. The project voices of the campaign, all of our efforts are designed to bring people into the fold to support fish spawning aggregation conservation. So the voice of the campaign must strike the right tone. It has to be inviting and positive to do so. We have identified some things that resonate with our audiences, some of which you can see on the screen, as well as persuasive messages and trends that will guide our efforts, our communication products. As part of the word bank of the campaign, here are the selected messages on the right side of the screen. These are the key messages, focus on both species. For NASA grouper, no fishing or sales from December through March. And from mutton snapper, the same message from April through July, the mating seasons. You can also see on the screen some of the catchphrases of the campaign that depending on the communication product, depending on the platform, we combine. These are some of them, but we have several more. These apply to the word bank of the campaign and any other communication product. Please don't hesitate to ask if you want to see or learn more about the communication strategy, the campaign, or any of the communication products that we have produced thus far. A part of this word bank are some hashtags, and you can see on the screen, on the left side, you see the target audiences and the different hashtags that we have identified that resonate with our audiences. We are working with the advertisement agency Duncan Channel out of San Francisco on the branding of the campaign. We are developing with them the public-facing identity, our logo, and out of several original sketches, we are working on these 3 that you see on the screen that seem to be the favorite for our communication subcommittee and some informal testing that we have done. Speaking of accomplishments, we have already completed several projects. Among them, you see the communication plan that we are presenting today with its corresponding timeline. We have already produced 2 short films out of the 4 that are total for this campaign. One is focused on NASA grouper, and the other one is about, it's for fishers, from fisher to fishers, and it includes the description of the behavior of the species that aggregate to spawn in general. And we make the case of why it doesn't pay off to fish an aggregation. It's basically a call to protect the species during the breeding season. We also produce the outreach team of the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council, led by Dr. Alida Ortiz, has beautifully produced 2 species-specific posters that describe the life history and spawning behavior of these 2 focal species, NASA grouper and mountain snapper. They are currently being distributed for free, obviously, across the Caribbean in the 3 languages of the campaign to encourage responsible harvest and conservation during the spawning periods. We are also producing several other products right now, one of which is really, really important for the campaign is a 1-hour film for international broadcast called The Secret Crown that features conservation needs. We are producing this film in co-production with Nature PBS, Red Bull, the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, and Doc Lights. Even though the film will premiere in Europe early next year, it will premiere in the US in April 2023. The reason that we are leaving a window in between is because we are working very closely with PBS and the Howard Hughes Medical Institute on their respective outreach campaigns that which goal is not only to promote the film, but also to promote fish spawning aggregation. So we are working with them to reach, they have an amazing audience, as many of you know. For example, PBS reaches more people than National Geographic and Discovery Channel altogether. And the Howard Hughes Medical Institute actually expands not only to the US, but expands to many countries in Latin America. They reach students of high school and first years of college. Also funded and in production is a third, it's still to be defined if it's going to be a poster or a booklet, but it's a product that the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council is going to be producing, and it's focused on the best practices for fish spawning aggregations, and it will be designed as a template allowing the different countries to customize it and insert their local regulations and their own text. We are also producing 2 additional short films. One is focused on modern snapper, on Sama. It's for the fishing communities and decision makers. And a 4th short film, this is poppier and lighter. As you can tell by the title, Love is in the Water. It's a 2-minute film, especially for social media platforms, for the general public. It's incredible, but many people, common citizens, don't know that all these species aggregate to spawn, and they have never seen or heard about this incredibly important and beautiful natural event that occurs every year in the waters of the Caribbean. So we hope that with this short film, in addition to obviously the international film for broadcast, people can learn about this event, understand how important it is to respect the breeding seasons of these species, and don't buy or eat mutton snapper or NASA grouper during this time. What we call the Citizen Science Program for Fishers and Informant Officials includes the short videos and posters that we mentioned before, and a very important package, we call it the radio kits. These radio kits include public service announcements, 2 of them, one for each species, flag species, and 2 podcasts, The Secret Language of NASA Grouper, that includes all the underwater acoustics and vocalizations that people like Michel Serrer and other brilliant scientists in the Caribbean, some of which are part of the working group, are working on. And it's incredible how these animals speak and communicate, and the scientists already know what they mean when they make very specific sounds. So it's fascinating, and the podcast actually is getting really good. The other podcast is for fishers, and it's Fisher Smart. It's basically a dialogue. A third proposal will be submitted to SPA in 2023 to fund the production of the French radio kit. The only product, communication product, and it's an important one that is doesn't have any funds yet, is the digital hub. The digital hub is bigger than a website. It's a multilingual interactive platform with freely accessible resources that anybody can download. And it's to be used by partner and target audiences. It's a resource library and a collaboration hub. And along with the social media platforms, the typical, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok at this point, will represent the online, it will be the online presence of the SOC. And it will serve as a distribution center of the product. So all the partners can come and download and distribute on their own our products, right? The hub also creates a digital landscape that interconnects the platforms of the different partners and synchronizes the campaign. So all in all, the Big Fish Hub will provide a home for the campaign, but very important, it will remain in place to track actions, efforts, and updates to accomplish the fisheries management plan. We have written a proposal along with WCAPC to obtain funding from the European Union to advance fish spawning aggregation information gathering in the wider Caribbean. This grant would partially fund the hub, but we still need some additional funds to produce this product. So we would like to take advantage of this presentation to kindly request the support of NOAA and the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council to complete the budget that we have to produce this important product. And finally, you see the timeline of the campaign. We have been updating it in the last year because COVID has really affected us all. And this communication effort hasn't been an exception. So as we said at the beginning, we started the work in 2018, the campaign, the strategy, was approved in 2019. And from then on, we have been working non-stop, and we are trying to get everything done to launch the campaign in March 15th. On March 15th, the 1 hour film for broadcast will be premiered in the US the 26th of April. So we would like to take advantage of the momentum that it will create to launch the whole effort. and at that point, we will also be launching the outreach programs of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute and PBS. So we expect that we will have a great impact. From at the end of 2024, we will be evaluating the campaign, what worked, what didn't work, and to inform the next step of the communication for the management plan implementation. It will be phase 2. Thank you very, very much for your attention and interest. And you can see the contact information. Christina Olan from the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council is a very important member of our team, the production team and the communication subcommittee, as well as Elida and everybody in the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council has been really helpful. So we are working together to make this happen, and please don't hesitate to ask, to reach out to either Christina, Miguel Rolón, or myself to see watch the videos, obtain the posters or whatever project you are interested in. We would really appreciate that you distribute freely, obviously, these products. The idea is to reach the biggest amount of people possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna, and like always, your presentation, the content, your vision, and your strategic communication are deeply appreciated by all. Thank you very much. And if we have a question on raise hand on the chat.
Alida Ortiz.
Good morning. Good to see you, Anna. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this update on the materials and everything that Big Fish contains. I think that one of the most important initiatives is that part of the life history, because that's the content that tells the fisher, the consumer, everyone, that the fish is not only for the frying pan, that you have to know where it grows, where it reproduces, where does it live, where does it eat at different stages of the life cycle. And that's something that to us is essential. So with that, I have the compromise with you, I have the compromise with the council, I have the compromise with my people on having that information be available in ways that they can understand it. Not a textbook, but something where we get the information, the scientific concepts, but something that we can pronounce and we can use in any kind of conversation. Thank you so much, Anna, for all this work.
Thank you for the support, Alida. And yes, I totally agree. And in fact, the podcast that we recorded last week, The Secret Language of NASA Grouper, describes the whole life cycle of the species, as well as the film that we are producing about the Sama, that many of you have really supported, Christina, Virginia, and yourself, with some images. It was really, it's interesting because it was really difficult to get footage of the mutton snapper. Impossible, and not even in stock footage, commercial stock footage. You would think that you would be able to get footage of not only the spawning, that is it's tricky, right, to shoot, but all the life cycle. Well, there's no much footage available, not even to buy. So that tells you how little still we know and how much work we need to do to bring this amazing, not only important because of conservation and the health of the ocean, of course, the well-being and livelihoods of coastal communities, but also the beauty of this event, which is magnificent. So, and beauty really, as you well know, really resonates with people. So we have been working with many of you in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands to bring images and the life cycle of the mountain snapper to the screen. So thank you again, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Miguel, gonna say something before we pass to the next presentation.
Thank you, Anna. And I also wanted to say Anna has been the coordinator of the campaign and the contract with us, but many other hats that she worked. The Green Council is committed to continue working on this effort. So we are gonna put some money into it, as we had done before. The key part is that a while ago, we were talking about how difficult it is to implement a management plan. There's a lot of money involved, there's a lot of political will involved, etc. But the campaign, we believe, is the key, because the fishers of each country are aware of the issues, are aware of the power they have to convince their peers, convince the government agency that this is something that should be done. It goes a long way, more than any law or regulation that you can think about. So we started with the national grouper, not a snapper, we'll probably move into other species, but this campaign will be the key for years to come to the efforts that we have, the success of the efforts that we have to manage this species. Thank you, Anna, again, and we'll be in touch to this coming years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, again. The next presentation is, I was going to read the letter that is out from the press. I'm gonna do that after this presentation, which is now is no fishery protected resource update.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, you can proceed. Thank you very much for reading. Please present yourself, the name and everything, please, for the board.
Excellent. Yes. So this is Jennifer Lee. I work in the Zero Protected Resources Division and serve there as a fishery biologist, but most importantly, your council liaison. I am here to try to inform you of any protected resources issues that pertain to the council and your business, and you can always reach out to me anytime with any questions. And today I'm going to just share some updates on various actions that we have going on of potential interest. Next slide. And the slides just have the topics of the various actions that I'm just going to tell you a little bit about and update you on. I do have a briefing document that I provided the council that will have the details of each item, so you can get the information that way after if you need to check on something. So first up, I have the Queen Conch status review. And let me just, I'm laughing because I just noticed my notes are in a slightly different order. That one is missing. Hold on one second. That's me. Let me save the best for last. If I apologize. One second. Oh, forgive me. Sorry for the interruption. I just realized I had pulled up the South Atlantic briefing document, which is why I am very confused at this moment. So I've been nicely had it up and ready for you. Bear with me just 1 minute while I pull up the correct document, and my apologies.
Am I showing the correct presentation?
Yes, yes, you are. Yeah, so sorry, just give me 1 minute, please. It'll just take me a second to pull it up.
Do you need to share your screen?
No, I do not. I just need, I'm so sorry. It's just taking 1 second to pull up the document. It's just, I am the liaison for multiple councils, and I'm sorry, for some reason I have the wrong update ready on my screen. Okay. Oh God, no, crashing.
I made you co-host in case you need to share some of your documents.
Yes, that's a good idea, Maria. Christina, in the meantime, upload the presentation. Can we briefly read the letter for the record that we just received from the fishermen? And actually, we will already circulate the letter from those fishermen to the council members. And the letter was Sea Grant, Janet Ramos from Sea Grant was kind enough to share the letter with us. She was the one that conducted the letter to the council, and we really appreciate that. Thank you, Janet. Okay, Christina, because they have on the email, just read the letter and this information will be on record.
Cristina Holland, I will read the letter. To Randy Blankenship, Division Chief of NOAA Fisheries Highly Migratory Species Division, Delis Ortiz, Fisheries Management Specialist, July 27, 2022. Dear Mr. Randy Blankenship, Ms. Delis Ortiz, received a cordial greeting from the members of the Aguadilla Fishermen's Association and myself. We hereby wish to inform you that the fishermen of Association Villa del Ojo, Inc., Aguadilla, Puerto Rico, and the residents of Crashboat Beach would like to inform the HMS Caribbean Permit Fishing Council that commercial fishermen are extremely concerned about the regulations regarding the tuna species allowed and limited to only 10 tunas per boat. Two of the species, aleta amarilla, Tunus albacares, yellowfin tuna, bonito, Catsugonus pelamis, skipjack tuna, that are mostly caught on the island. The limitation of 10 Tunus albacares yellowfin tuna. I really do not think it would affect the fishermen on this side of the island. My main concerns is the Catsugonus pelamis, skipjack tuna. The skipjack tuna is what mainly is used for bait for bottom fishing. The limitation on skipjack tuna would be a total disaster for the local fishermen. The fishermen live all year round fishing these species that are our livelihood, and also during the close season for the queen snapper, silk snapper, grouper, lobster, and other species. And bonito, Catsugonus pelamis, skipjack tuna, are also our source for bottom fishing, as we use them for bait year round. This regulation will affect us in a catastrophic way. For the commercial fishermen, we urge the relevant agencies that work with the Caribbean HMS permits to take into consideration the problems that this would bring to commercial fishermen who live from this species on a daily basis. The fishermen from Aguadilla, Puerto Rico, and from our neighboring towns, such as Isabela, Rincon, Arecibo, and Aguada, are extremely concerned and ask the council to work on this matter. Sincerely, Ray Alma, President Villa Pesquera, La Villa del Ojo, Inc., Enrique Hernández, Vice President Villa Pesquera, La Villa del Ojo, Inc.
Thank you very much to Ray Alma and Enrique. And I want first to comment that this is the proper and the way that other fishing villages and stakeholders should communicate their concerns, that we can follow up on it. Thank you so much. This is an example for the rest. And I am the representative of HMS committee for the council, and I will make sure I'll follow up on it. I'm very aware about this permit, and we'll keep in touch with you guys on the future. And maybe you guys ask why a HMS letter is here. It's because they have an implication on the other fishery, because this is a source of bait fish for the rich species that we fish for, and have major implications. And I'll make sure that this letter get to the right hands on HMS, and we can discuss that. Miguel? And Miguel, then we have the shot.
Yes, on behalf of a lady, we will call the office. She was requesting, National Fisheries Service of any possibility of having the application in Spanish. She was working, helping a neighbor, is a fisherman who was interested in obtaining a HMS permit, but they couldn't because they couldn't stand the language. So I promised to bring this to the attention of the council. I know there are some mechanisms, but I didn't want to vote, for example, Maria del Mar with this, but what is it that we can do to help these people?
So, yes, thank you, Miguel. This is Maria Lopez. So in that particular case, I believe we were able to help this constituent. I was able to talk to the person, and provide assistance. And obviously, I don't work with permits, I don't work with HMS. However, we were able to get a person. There is a Spanish speaking named employee in the HMS. Her name is Elise Ortiz. And she communicated with this person and provided the assistance in Spanish. So anytime that you have a question about a permit, HMS, you can call me, and I will gladly take care of that. And if I don't have the information, I will communicate with our permits office to get everything clarified. Or you can contact directly the HMS office, Elise Ortiz, and she will attend your questions in Spanish. So I think for now we can work on that. And I believe the council was also providing some assistance too with translating. So this is one thing that obviously we have to work with when we do, when we pursue the federal permits, for the council, because, you know, our constituents also speak Spanish, so that will be something that we'll need to take into consideration when this, permitting takes place. Thank you.
You know, not to create a whole discussion again, but this is one example of EEJ. That we were discussing yesterday. Out of the 14 languages that were presented today, well, I'm happy with Spanish. So anyway, that's enough.
John, we'll have the shot and I go with you, John. Go ahead.
Vanessa Ramirez on the chat, comment point of clarification. They have HMS charter had both 3 yellowfin per day and other no limit or small Caribbean permit that is the one with the restriction. And she repeats the question, and then we have John Walker with the link of the HMS regulations.
Yes, my participation, to put in context, I was deeply involved on this, the creation of this permit. And HMS office also always have been open to clarify things, which is the first layer of that Maria just mentioned, but also to revise the regulations and in a proper way to change it if it's possible with the science support. It can be a little slow process, but they have been very willing to hear and to be proactive. And I want just to state that on record because that's my experience with this process. John Walker.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the concern in the letter is that there is a 10 fish limit. Is that a proposal, something that's proposed, and where, because the current regulations are for the general category permit posted, there's no limit on skipjack or yellowfin, and there's different permit categories. Charter had both angling and general category. So Marcos, could you clarify where the 10 fish comes from? And
yes,
okay,
this is special permit for the Caribbean, come from the, for a small boat HMS permit, was created to address the peculiarities of the Caribbean. First of all, we don't have dealers to move the fish through it on the chain, right? And this permit allows you to sail direct to the restaurant and have all other peculiarities that are matched with the Caribbean reality. And on the time, they established the 10 fish per boat as a combined aggregate of the small bays. And right now, we are identifying that something might be needed to do here because those fish, this quantity, if you translate to bait fish, skipjack and bait fish, are too small, right? And this is what the fishermen are bringing. This is part of the evolution of this permit. And first, I have some ideas I will share with the group when I am on HMS. I think something that can be done in that. Little by little, we get there.
Wilson Santiago has really more information about the issue, so we can respond to that.
Yes, Wilson Santiago for the record, yes, with Janet Ramos, we're the one that features send the letters and send the preoccupation. The problem is that that community in particular, features in Aguadilla, they have lived from the tunas, specifically those species that are listed in the Caribbean smallmouth permit. And when they not fish deep water snapper and that begin the closures of other species, so they go to catch tuna and they use tuna too to catch the deep water snappers and other species. So the problem is that with this regulation of the Caribbean smallmouth permit, with only 10 back limits of tuna, they have the problem that they cannot fish more of them, and so they cannot have the bait, or they cannot in some seasons they cannot catch a whole tuna. That is the preoccupation of this issue for me.
And also, specifying on the evolution of this pyramid. Just recently, there was added some swordfish because of the interest of the HMS office. They show to develop and to keep adapting this pyramid to be functional in the US Caribbean. And I think for sure we will be able to take this message and to get some positive results. Let's see what they say. And Nelson, shorter comment, and we go for the next presentation.
Yes, those guys, the guys from Aguadilla, are one of the biggest big producer for the whole Puerto Rico, and maintaining this the way it is going to cause a negative economic impact to their livelihood. So I appreciate, Marco, what you're going to do on the benefit of these people.
Thank you very much. And the next presentation, I hope the presentation is ready to go and we understand the technical difficulties. It can happen, and we are excited to hear your presentation again.
Yes, thank you very much. I am all ready and set now. Everything is resolved.
Thank you very much.
I was about to share with you some ESA actions related to listing and rulemaking. And the first up was the Queen Conch status review. Just to review, in December 2019, NOAA Fisheries initiated the status review of Queen Conch to determine whether the species should be listed as endangered or threatened under the ESA, and opened a 60-day public comment period. We anticipate publishing our... Yes.
Do you need to share the same document again?
Christina is, yes, Christina, you are welcome to share the PowerPoint. It was just the topics, so that's no problem at all. Great, and if you can just go to the next slide, that has, you will see the first there is that Queen Conch status review, and that is what I am sharing with you now. And so this is something you've talked about a couple times at meetings, and I want to let you know that we do anticipate publishing our ESA listing determination in the Federal Register sometime very soon. So we will distribute that notice widely once the determination is published. Again, if after considering the status review and ongoing conservation efforts, NOAA Fisheries determines that the petitioned request, in other words, listing Queen Conch under the ESA, is not warranted, then we will be publishing a negative 12-month finding in the Federal Register with explanation. If it is warranted, we'll be publishing a 12-month finding along with a proposed rule in the Federal Register. And we will be requesting public comments on the proposal to list the species. One or more public hearings may be held. And then within 1 year of publishing a proposed rule, we then either publish a notice to finalize the listing, finalize the decision via the proposed rule. Let me try it again. We either publish a notice to finalize the proposed rule, in other words, list the species, or we withdraw the proposed rule. So I'm sorry I can't share more with you at this time because it is not complete. But again, we keep an eye out. We'll definitely be sharing that with the council and public, and happy to discuss it at your next meeting. Our next item is our Nassau Grouper Critical Habitat Determination. For this one, this is just an update, also something you've been keeping an eye on, where we're looking at potential critical habitat areas, including the southeast coast of Florida and areas around Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So fishery management councils and the public will have an opportunity again to provide comments if critical habitat is proposed. And then a comment period would be included with the rule of publish. So again, that's one that is in the works, but not complete at this time. We do have also a 5-year status review on 7 threatened coral species. And actually, for that one, I can share better information because we just published the 5-year review yesterday. And just so you're clear on what that is, a 5-year review is a periodic analysis of a species status conducted to ensure that the listing classifications of a species as threatened or endangered under the ESA are accurate. The review evaluates information that's been become available since the last status review. The last status review was back in 2014. So the results of this is that we determined that the classification for staghorn, lobestar, mountainous star, boulder star, and rough cactus all are going to be maintained as threatened, and that the classification for pillar coral will be considered for uplisting from threatened to endangered. So we're recommending changes to the status of pillar coral from threatened to endangered due to the loss in the northern portion of its range, the low and declining population, and the susceptibility to stony coral tissue loss, and then the rapid spread of disease to most areas of the Caribbean. However, understand that status review is not a proposed rule. So the change in status would only be achieved through a separate rulemaking process. And again, that would have a public comment period. So that's just a heads up, and I'll follow up, make sure you all have where you can look at the status review itself and see what it says, and then stay tuned. I think the tentative schedule is by maybe around next May or early summer that we would come out with a proposed rule to consider that. Then the next one here is the determination of critical habitat for the threatened Caribbean corals. Again, this is one that we have a proposed rule out on already, and that the public comment period was back in early January of 2021. We received over 21,108 comments. The ESA requires that we publish our final determination, and I believe we are targeting, let's see, I think actually sometime around next, I would say, late spring, early summer is our best guess of when we might have. Okay. From there, next slide. I just wanted to remind you guys that as far as ESA consultations complete on the Caribbean FMPs, the island-based FMPs, we actually completed a biological opinion back on September 21st, 2020, on the 3 island-based FMPs as far as when we were looking at the approval of the amendments. So I know you have your proposed rule came out much later, so I just wanted to let folks know that we did complete a biological opinion on those. We did conclude that the actions were not likely to jeopardize the continued existence of any of our listed species. And I don't think the council ever got a presentation on that biological opinion. So I just wanted to remind you guys, one, that we did complete that opinion, and perhaps sometime in the future, if you would like, we could give you a summary presentation on that biological opinion and its details. And that is it.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And any questions from the group? I think think is very clear, gonna be shared through on our website, gonna be mostly your presentation, everybody will have access to it, it'll be document of reference, and, I don't see any question here. There is anybody on virtual? Seeing no hands, thank you so much again, and we're gonna put the break, make the break a little earlier, because we are a little, late on the schedule for people to stretch their legs a little bit. The break is 10 minutes break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Bueno, ahora me toca a mí. Pero tampoco no lo voy a dejar ver.
¿Están grabando ya?
Oh, final.
Okay, we have the next presentation after the break. It will be Carlos Pachete. They will be relocating to this position. Carlos Pachete.
¿Cómo?
Please state your name and the title of your presentation, please.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll call it Pachete. I wanted to, been trying to get this, in play for quite a couple of meetings already, so. Let me go from here. On or about 2015, the then regional administrator, Dr. Roy Crabtree, in an effort to stave off threats of lawsuits filed by NGOs to prohibit fish traps in the EEZ, and said that he would not prohibit trap gear while first working on managing the fish trap fishery in the U.S. Caribbean. Committees of commercial trap fishers were formed in the district of St. Thomas and St. Croix, were funded by the council to cover the venue for various meetings, and with zero staff, Bill Arnold, Heather Blau, and consultant Tony Irosi to assist the committees in the development of the fish trap reduction plan. The plans were approved and signed into law in 2017 and implemented in the 2018-2019 year for territorial waters. However, the previous administration did not formally submit the plan in writing for no one to consider it for compatibility in the EEZ. I'm looking for guidance in completing this task. If the motion is required, I have a couple drafts, or CEO staff can guide me in the best way to present a motion. So, here is the draft motion. Put it on. All good. Okay, request staff to develop an option paper to include the St. Croix fish trap reduction, to include the St. Croix and St. Thomas.
Espérate.
Request staff to develop an option paper to include the St. Croix and St. Thomas. Fish trap reduction plan. As an amendment to the St. Croix and St. Thomas IBFMP. for compatible regs in the EEZ. FMPs. Sorry, FMPs, yes. Didn't you hear me?
Hay las veces aquí, pero que ponga ese.
Que le ponga
Ese.
ese.
Lugar, hay las veces aquí, como tenía.
Do we have a second?
Nicole Angeli, second.
I will read the motion, before we start the discussion for the record. Request the staff to develop option paper to include San Croix, the San Croix and San Thomas fish trap reduction plan as amendment to the San Thomas and San Croix island-based FMPs for compatible regulation in the EEZ. Motion by Carlos Marchete, second by Nicola. Julian?
Yeah, Drew McGrath, for the record. I think, it needs to say St. Thomas, St. John. Because the plan is the St. Thomas, St. John, plan. Otherwise, I think it's good.
I will be a second. Jack?
Yeah, so I'm wondering if, this is pretty closely related to the federal permits that we're doing, if you want to, the council would want to include that in that amendment.
Right, yeah. Here?
Hi, this is Maria Lopez. Okay, so background information about this action, if I recall. So back in 2019, there was a presentation, by Bill Arnold, where, because there was a request, remember that there was a request to do a compatibility, and in that presentation, there were some items that needed to be addressed before we could move with the compatibility of the fish reduction plan, among other things. So some of the things were discrepancies between the regulations of that the U.S. Virgin Islands have with respect to the size of the, I think it was the mesh size of the trap and the definitions of the fish traps versus the lobster traps, etc. So those things, in comparison with what we had in our regulations, needed to be addressed before we could move into that, right? So I think this is an exercise of going back into the record, and this was late 2019, and then we got the pandemic. So everything kind of got like stuck in there. So I think this will be a good opportunity to kind of like revive everything, look in our records, see what happened, perhaps bring a presentation for the next council meeting, where we say, okay, this is what we agreed last time, these are the things that still need to be addressed. Let's see how we can move forward and address those so we can implement the plan, right? And then the other thing was that same as with the permits, the trap reduction program in the U.S. Virgin Island has some requirements that are not necessarily compatible with federal regulations. For example, the residency requirements that the fish trap has because it's tied to the commercial fishing license. So that is another thing that needs to be address and look for ways of fixing that. So absolutely, we can definitely revise this topic and see if maybe bring a presentation for the next council meeting. So we can talk about those topics and see how we can move forward. Does that sound good?
Yes, Maria, I'm glad you brought that historical data into play because, I mean, we've been kind of ignoring a law here that was passed by Governor Snyder way back in 1995, where by the year 2000, all fish traps both St. Thomas and St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John and St. Croix will have a minimum mesh size of 2 inches. It's still both locally and federally that 1.5 inch hex or 2 inch square rule is still in play, and I think that we need to rehash all this information again to get it in line with where we want to be. Everybody right now is using 2 inch mesh, so.
And we have Julian and Brazil.
Jim McGrath, Rick, excellent, for bringing it up, Maria. And, if it's possible, if we can get a list prior to the next meeting of some of the issues, if you have that information, where I think can start to be addressed within the 2 FACs, the 2 fishery advisory committees for the territorial waters, because I think what some of the issues were was the transferability, the mesh size, and like you said, the residency. So if we have a list of stuff, I think it can be presented at upcoming FAC, and maybe we can have some answers for the December meeting or whenever we have in the next meeting. So I think that would be a great help. I don't actually sit in that committee, but I support the guys of St. Thomas, the team of St. Thomas, St. John, and I'll be willing to help in whatever area I can help with this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos, I'm sorry, Graciela and Carlos. Yeah, okay. Carlos.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad you brought that up when it comes to the FAC, because the St. Croix FAC has already submitted its recommendations to the Division of Fish and Wildlife Director and the lead on compatible regulations. So we've done that complete homework that we were assigned by the commissioner, Oreo. And included in those recommendations is this mesh cycle stuff. So whenever that comes up, I'm sure Director Angelia and Maria and everybody will get together and see what that list looks like. But Maria, I don't know, do you think I should adjust this motion, or is that good enough?
Maria Lopez, I think at this time, we're not ready for an options paper, because an option paper means that we are ready to move forward with something that is more tangible, and there's still things that need to be addressed before that. So if you, and maybe you don't even need a motion for this, you can just, a council can just request staff to prepare a list of issues and bring a presentation to the next council meeting, so we can start that discussion and we'll take it from there. But I don't really think we need a motion for that. So whatever you want to do.
Sounds good. I'll rescind the motion, and I'll follow Maria's letter. She's always helping out quite a bit. Oh, the second one.
Yeah, actually, the chair then can instruct the staff to prepare that, to prepare that, presentation for the December meeting. Of course, the list of issues can be, sent to you guys who, after the law council, anyone who's interested. So you'll be able to discuss it at the respective FAC. Yesterday, somebody asked me, now that we mentioned it, what is the difference between an option paper, spoken paper, etc. And I believe that, Maria already said, when the council decides to go forward with something, you need to prepare a paper, a document that addresses the issue from the biological point of view, governance involved, the socioeconomy involved, and then with that paper, you do the deliberations for something that you already decided to go forward. The scoping paper is when somebody brings to the attention of the council an issue with a particular fish, for example, and then we take to the public the idea that this particular fish is in need of management, and then we prepare a document. You identify the biology of the species, the landings, etc., etc. And then you go to the public and ask them why they think of this idea of managing this particular species. That's what they call it, topic. There's no, at that time, there's no decision by the council, you just go out and collect that information. Once you collect the information, then you come back to the council and you are presented with the outcome or the results for those series of meetings. That is the main event, is the scoping meeting and the option paper. Once you come back on the public process, opinion, etc. And then the council decides, okay, we would like to proceed with the management of this particular species, put in the management or whatever. Then you ask for an option paper. And that's the decision that they do.
Thank you, Miguel, and I think that's super important, especially because we have a new council member that need to be clear how the process go, right? And we have the right tools to be effective on this council. And we have instruction, we are all set, right? I'll follow up with the staff and Maria. And just want to make one comment to Julian. Your leadership on this at St. Thomas and John, we really appreciate it. You can move along and get an organized input from your stakeholders about those issues, that we can have something, a better tool to address the discussion on the council meeting come up in December. Thank you. Next item on the agenda. It's outreach and education report by Alida Ortiz.
Alida, you ready?
Yes, I am. Can I begin?
Yeah, go ahead, Alida. Thank you very much for waiting.
I'm still here. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I cannot be with you presential, but I'm following everything, and I hope that I will see you in December. So this is my report. Next slide, please. Just a little moment to remember you that outreach and education is following the 5-year strategic plan that was accepted by the council. And the goal that has to do with communication says engage, educate, and inform a variety of audiences to improve public understanding and participation in the council process. So for objective 20, 21, and 22, we are following in our strategies and in our actions very strictly the recommendations in the 5-year strategic plan. And especially right now, we are working to keep the content and organization of the council's website to enhance its utility to a variety of users. And there's a working group that we have been working on the development of radio, of other, not this time, for the web page is being reviewed, remodeled, and it will be easier to work with, and the information will be there. If you have any question about that, you can ask Miguel after I finish. Next, please. So in the coordination with management partners, we are meeting with liaisons and depth chairs and with depths from each island to receive their ideas directly so that we can have a better communication with the stakeholders. Remember that our region, even though we are 3 small Caribbean islands, we have a very different cultural and society things in the fishing. So we have to talk to the fishers in St. Croix, we have to touch to the fishers in St. Thomas and those in Puerto Rico, and try that our information fills all the requests and that we can attend the necessities that they say. For that, we are working on developing the video kits and the video presentation so that they can have things more related to their own area. Next. And the objective 21 is to promote the participation of a variety of stakeholders. So we have to, besides the fishers, we need the consumers, we need the people who sell the fish, we need the chefs, we need everyone in the community to know what's going on with the fishing in the area. Right now, we're developing the newsletter, mostly highlight of the meetings of the council that they are going into the web page. We don't have the newsletter, the large one that we had before, but we take everything that you say in these meetings, put it as a summary, and then you can go to the presentation that will be in the website. Next, please. And the objective 22, we also continue the support of the Marine Resources Education Program, and we meet with them every time. I'm part of the steering committee, and we will have a workshop. The one that was canceled after Maria and the COVID, it will take place in Puerto Rico in August 26 to 28 at La Parguera, and we are still working on the recruitment of the people who are going to participate. Also, we are collaborating with the Department of Education in Puerto Rico to develop a marine curriculum for a special school in Parguera. This is not a council project, but we are collaborating with them with the information and the materials that the council has that can be introduced in the curriculum. And to me, that will be a very, very important project for the rest of what we have to do in Aboriginal education. Next one, please. And also we are making partners with other organizations like PEPCO, and with PEPCO, we always, in each one of the presentations that Wilson does to the fishers in Puerto Rico, we make a presentation on what is the council participation in that education of the fishers. And then we also try to have a PEPCO in the Virgin Islands, but I don't know how is that project going on because I haven't heard much about that. We also made some placemats for St. Croix restaurant that were asked from the people in the St. Croix, so we have the underutilized species and some that are eaten in the tourism restaurants and some that are eaten in the local restaurants, and those placemats have been produced and distributed already. And we are collaborating with UPRC grant for science for La Parguera Marine Reserve, which is a very, very important MPA in the Western Coast, but there are no signs for that. Next one. The specific areas for action for our regional education will be ecosystem-based management and the fishery ecosystem plan. We have to get that information in any way that the people can understand that, the fishers and the people in general, because it is not where you fish, it is understanding what is the ecosystem, what is working there. That's what I mentioned before when I talked in the presentation of Ana Salceda, that it is important that fishers and the consumers understand that mangroves and high seas are connected. And some of the species that they take out in high seas, probably the juveniles or the reproductive areas are in the mangroves and in the seagrass beds. So we have to keep that connection very, very clear. The other part that we'll be stressing in 2020 until 2025 is the island-based fishery management plans. We have to make some kind of a material, be that fact sheets, be that other products where the basics of the island base for each one of these islands is there. The document itself is difficult to read, it's technical, and it has a lot of information. But if we take, and we have talked to Maria del Mar about this, that chapter 5 of each one of the island base can be the way, or it has the information that we can take and produce either fact sheets, posters, whatever the community demands on the issues that are important in the island base. We keep working with the sustainable fish and seafood consumption. I think that's probably the best way that we can get together, that we can tie or make connections with from the fish to the table. What are you eating? Where does it grow? Or what kind of function that fish has, that species has in the ecosystem, and how the fishing, taking it out, may affect the entire ecosystem. And then we're also working a lot with the marine protected areas in Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. Next, please. Of course, we have attended many webinars and many virtual meetings, but all those meetings have to do in one way or another to those issues that I already presented: the curriculum for the marine sciences, the EMBRE program, the climate science, and the climate actions that NOAA is producing new materials, and we have to bring that to our fishers, and we have to put it probably in a different way that they have in the formal order. Next. This is all the other meetings, and there are many to discuss initiative on forest fishes that I here today are very important for the fishers, the spawning aggregations, or those life cycles of these big species. And that's something that we will keep working with. And as I said, we will keep working with the Department of Natural Resources in Puerto Rico and the Department of Natural Resources in the US Virgin Islands, so that we make sure that the fishers have the best, the scientific information, but in a vocabulary or in a format that it's easier to read and to understand. And they do have people to ask questions to. Next. These are the products that we are taking care of now. You saw the last time the fishery, ecosystem-based fishery management. These are illustrated booklets. I don't want to call it a comic book because it will never be a comic book, but it is the information on the ecosystem-based fishery management as it applies to the entire region, Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. And also the fish book, the recipe book that I presented in the last meeting, and these two items are already in the press. So for the December meeting, we will have a material for you all to see it. And also we are working on the first draft of that marine protected areas in the US Caribbean, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands, and the importance of these marine protected areas for fishery sustainability, that it is something that we all have to understand, not only fishers, but also the tourism sector, that, you know, they go to all these places, but they don't understand what does MPA mean. So we're working on that. And I think that I had Paco give Miguel that first draft. So if you can see it, you can let me know if you want any changes on it. Next. These are the placemats that we made for St. Croix, and they have been distributed already. There's another issue that we are working and we're trying to do it in fact sheets. The fact that the biodiversity in the US Caribbean marine fisheries ecosystem goes beyond the fish and seafood species. Of course, in management, we put a lot of pressure, a lot of attention on the fish that is caught and sold. But then what happens to the rest of the organisms that live in that ecosystem, from the mangrove to the open ocean, and they are part of the ecosystem where you take some species out. So we began with the sea urchins, and we are just making sure that the common species that are mentioned in the new island-based fishery management plans are known with some information about where they are, what is the importance that they have, if they are grazers, if they take out the algae to the fishes that are caught. So this one that you have there is the first draft, the design of that next first one on sea urchins. We will be working on the sea cucumbers, and in December we will have both of them ready. Next one, please. We're still working on the MPA's illustrated booklet, and we have started on the climate change and U.S. Caribbean fisheries booklet, also illustrated and with information that they understand difference between weather and climate, currents, ocean acidification, and how these things affect the fisheries. And we will be working with the topic with this chapter 5. And this is something that we will have probably different products with that information. And the integration of the marine fisheries of the US Caribbean to the regular education curriculum. And I say, to me, this is an important project because the Department of Education is working in the group, and then the Montessori school, the special schools, have taken one of the schools in La Parguera, and that's where at least I will see if that curriculum works, and then the Department of Education can do anything they want with it. And the Caribbean Council will make available the materials that we are producing so that we can use them along with the textbooks, not just the science, but also the sociological aspect, literature, culture. What is a fishing village? How does the people live in the fishing village, which is not very common in our textbooks. Next. And then this is the part that we're working for 2023, the island-based, the MPAs, the booklets, and fisheries education in PR and USBI. The important thing of this new material is that all these products will have a QR code to the CFMC webpage for the documents and other items. That means that they can get more information in the webpage. And that's why we are working very intensely with the remodeling of that webpage. Next, please. We're working on the 2023 calendar that is being, it's about fishers' families. We have 5 from Puerto Rico, we have 5 from St. Croix. To this moment, we have only 1 from St. Thomas, St. John. We have tried to get more, but if we don't have any more, that's all that we will have. And then we have to develop materials for that snapper, grouper, deep water fishing that the DAPs requested when we met with them in August 20. Deep water snapper. And then we are going to work also with some materials to understand the stock assessment for the fishers and the stakeholders. And this, Adrián Rios will be the person that will work with us in the content, and we will have the illustrations like we have done with the ecosystem-based management. And also in that same information, on that same product, we will have very clear these words, this terminology, management terminology that we use constantly, or it is constantly used in the management plans like Optimum GL, ACL, ABC, and others. And we will be working also on the calendar 24, 25. Next. This is what we have been doing. And if you have any question, if you have any recommendations, I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Alida. For the draft of the MBA, I would suggest for you to send in copies, digital copies, to the members of the council so they can look at it and provide you with comments.
I cannot understand you very well, Miguel. Probably it's the sound.
Now,
Oh,
anyway,
no, I hear you better now.
this is my city, I get cold, I get on this one. The staff and the council, Marco suggests for you to send a copy to staff members, Graciela, here,
Yes.
of the draft MPA documents so they can provide you with comments.
Yes. Yes.
For clarification, just for the record, the meeting of the DAP is occurring July 20 this year.
Definitely. I have a PDF, so I'm going to send to Graciela, to Liahai, to Marcos, and to Maria del Mar, Adrian, everyone.
In the case of the draft, we can send it in PDF, and then the people can make notations and send you the comments and identify the page and
Yes.
Thank you, Miguel. We have Graciela, then we have Michelle.
Thank you.
And Greg, and James.
So, Aida, we are on the verge of having the final rule for the island-based FMPs. And if that happens within the next month, they would be implemented a month later. So by the end of 2022, we'll be already moving into the island-based FMP. So products regarding the outreach for what's coming and the differences between the islands, etc. I'm hoping that that will be forthcoming, and specifically, we would like to have not only the regional office, Maria and Sarah, but also the Southeast Fishery Science Center look at the outreach materials, because this is going to change the way that we have been doing business today. So any material that can be put forth fairly readily, we would appreciate them. Thank you.
Okay. Very important point. We have the shop, then James. That's the order. And JJ then. And then Julian. Christina, shop.
Vanessa Ramirez. Comment. Thanks, Anita, for your great work and all the staff. Especially thanks for the participation of the orientation table at the Fisherman Festival at Cabo Rojo this July. Great information was distributed by Wilson, and hope this kind of materials could continue being given on the fisherman village around Puerto Rico to educate our sector that the north and where we can make more generations and informed fishermen. Nicole Green says, thank you so much for the work you do, Aida. Ana Salceda said, excellent presentation, Aida. Love the emphasis that you make on connecting the dots from the ocean to the table and the whole trinity of mangrove seagrass reef.
Thank you all for the comments, and Vanessa, make sure you have to be sure that we will do anything that you need in Cabo Rojo.
Thank you very much. And by the way, thank you, Vanessa, for speaking there on the virtual meeting and support the council. Like always, we have the James, then JJ, then Julia.
Yes, James Craiglow. I had a question about the distribution of the outreach material. And I wanted to know if you coordinated all with U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary or the U.S. Power Squadron, because they have people designated just to distribute materials to the groups they're interested in.
Actually, the liaisons, the council has one liaison for Puerto Rico, one for the St. Thomas, St. John, and another one from St. Croix. And then all the materials that we produce, some of them are sent directly from the council through the mail, but many and much of it is taken by the liaisons when they meet with the fishers, and they call us and ask us for materials and suggest new materials also. So that's our connection, the liaisons.
Let me follow up with that one. But then at the same time today, we can, the liaisons that are here, please contact the Coast Guard and follow the correct laws and history. In the past, Marcos, myself, and Graciela especially, we have participated in the original education efforts of the Coast Guard. Mostly, they have workshops for the Coast Guard members of the department, because as you know, it changes every year. And they carry a big book of regulation all the way from New England to Texas. And they have made an effort to get the information from US to the people that work on the force. That's a good suggestion. So please, the liaison officers here, take notes and contact your Coast Guard. In the council webpage, you will see the contact person for the Coast Guard. This is the one at this time. Again,
I have one other question concerning the sustainable fish and the seafood consumption. That's also one organization that works a lot with that. If you use information, it's the World Central Kitchen.
Thank you very much. Just to highlight with the liaisons, this problem that James Greglo just alluded to it is from the Coast Guard auxiliary, which is, and also to contact the Coast Guard, like Miguel says, because they are kind of the same, but they are two problems that run parallel and complement each other. And Miguel.
Also, the Coast Guard auxiliary, the Coast Guard auxiliary are a group of civilians, let's say, that cooperate with the Coast Guard. They are led by the Coast Guard. So you have people that have been retired from the Coast Guard, people like me that used to work with them. And this group is very active in our regional location. But it has their efforts in the past with CGRAP and the council. So it's a matter for the liaison officers to continue. So in addition, the person is not here, he was on the Zoom, but the council have a Coast Guard representative, the Department of Interior representative in the Department of State, and they come when needed. But the Coast Guard commander always tells us that if there is anything that they can do to help with the original location, please contact them. So we don't go to them, and I believe that the liaison officer, they have their orders to follow.
Thank you, Miguel. That's very helpful for them. We have JJ.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. First of all, great presentation. I'm really happy you are involved with the Escuelita La Barrera. But what I wanted to mention is that we are working on developing this simplified product on the conceptual models that we are hoping to give to you and work with you to produce a rich material that hopefully will be useful. Thank you again.
That would be great.
Okay, well, between you two, you follow up, Miguel. Okay, remember we talked about the infographics. And this is
yes.
So please contact AJ and Graciela so we can put this forward. And this information is for everyone. Because every time you talk about a consistent model, each one of us has a different idea and concept what it is. So, and then before I forget, we need to put priorities. So Alida and I, after we sit down and prioritize the needs of the house. For example, in the case of the intervention by Graciela and Mark, since the top priority would be to develop the original education material, explaining chapter 5 for that and this piece. And we should have that as quick as possible. That doesn't mean that we are going to create a whole booklet about it. There are certain parts of the group and the certain tools that we have that the original education plan have identified. For example, fact sheets about the specifics to and John that are from the IMS. What the future are asking us on the public is, okay, you implement that this year. What's in it for more? What I'm supposed to do? How this is going to impact me? And this is what Julian, Nelson, and Haley have been telling the council since the get-go. So
Aguila and I will put together that priority list, and we will consult with the chair. And then for the next meeting in December, you will have, that information, plus the material they are going to, that we are going to produce. And the last thing is that all this material will be in our webpage.
Yes.
Anyone who wants to download any of the documents and want to reproduce it, they are free.
Yeah.
The taxpayer, they have the logo of NOAA and the logo of the council, so they are public documents, and everybody can use it.
Yes, Julian? Just a quick comment, Joe, in regards to the record, great presentation. I think, we all headed in the right direction with the outreach and education program. You're doing a great job, Alida, and thank you for that. On the calendar, you said you needed one more family from St. Thomas. If you can reach out to me, I would be more than happy to try to get you that other, fishing family for the calendar from the St. Thomas, St. John Circle.
Okay, great. I'll do it right now as soon as I get up, because we need that. We need that. We want to have, you know, families from all of the islands. It's important. We have good, very good from St. Croix that Carlos Farchete sent a long time ago, because we have been working with this family in the calendar. But since we didn't have the information, it was, you know, left. So this year we decided it's going to be that. And we have been working on getting that soon.
We're gonna jump now into social media report from Cristina Lan.
Mhm.
Good morning, Cristina Oran, social media manager for the council. Thank you very much for coming today. Okay. You know already that we have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm sharing some numbers with you, so you can have an idea of how many people are following us in social media. But if you need more information on the metrics and statistics, please contact me and I will give you that information. On Facebook, we have almost 6,000 people. Instagram, 1,381. Twitter, already we have more than 100 persons and 340 subscribers in. We continue sharing information regarding seasonal closures, meeting, workshops, educational materials, pictures, videos, and content produced by other organizations and agencies, local and federal, such as NOAA, NIMS, Ocean Exploration, DNR, National Weather Service, St. Thomas Fishermen's Association, VI Experts, among others. And also we produce the CFMC monthly bulletin. We receive information and requests from people that follow us through inbox and direct messages. People use that to for fish ID documents, regulations, workshops, and information regarding fishing license, especially in Puerto Rico. They ask us a lot about that topic. And it helps us to keep contact with our followers and also to know which topics they like the most. And also their needs. And that's an example of the CFMC monthly bulletin. This is the issue of July 2022. And in this case, I want to highlight and say thank you to Dr. Michelle Shatter, Dr. Hector Ruiz, Dr. Chelsea Harms, and biologist J.P. Segarra for all the information and pictures that they provided for the article about Menos PR. You can find the link in our social media, but also in our page in ISU. I will explain what ISU is. Also, I want to thank Nelson Crespo for the information about Julio and his life as a fisherman. Julio passed away this summer. Julio was a member of the DAP Puerto Rico, and also he was family and a brother for Nelson, a very good friend. And thank you, Nelson, for putting that together and so quick. And I know that you were also processing that loss. So thank you very much. We produced a slideshow to explain at what stage we were with the island-based LMP and promote and encourage people to participate of the comment period. The most shared and followed topic has been the reduced fishing season for the spiny lobster in federal waters of Puerto Rico for the 2022 fishing year. We also continue producing the Repaso de Petco, and it is produced in a collaboration with Wilson Santiago, fisheries liaison, and Petco coordinator. PEPCO es Programa de Educación para Pescadores Comerciales, Education Program for Commercial Fishermen. ISU, we have now an account based in ISU. This is a platform that allows us to share documents, upload our bulletins, other documents regarding the topics that manage the CFMC, fisheries, scientific information, among other topics, and also people that are following us in this who can download the documents from that platform. And
Yeah. How is connected in our work? How can a citizen reach this in our work?
yes, people can go if they go to the webpage, they can go to and there. I know that Natalia is going to add a link to ISO, and also we are sharing the links to ISO and the social media. And if a person needs a document, I also send the link to ISO. So those are the ways that people can reach ISO for getting the documents. Also, we use the links of ISO to share information to the broadcast list that we also manage through WhatsApp. And WhatsApp by Wilson Santiago. Wilson have been managing a broadcast list for many months, and I also contribute with them to provide information that fishermen can be interested on, like regulations, the Repaso de Petco, meetings, among other topics. As always, thanks to all our collaborators, they are a lot. Thanks to the CFMC staff for always supporting me in producing this content, scientists, fishermen, and all the people that follow us in the social media. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you very much, Christina. Question, John?
Yes, John Walter, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Christina, thank you for the presentation, and I admire the amount of work you put into social media. It's not easy to keep up with it. And what I was wondering, one simple question is there a way to get the bulletin or to subscribe to the bulletin to have that sent? Do you have like a subscription?
No, but we can create that.
Okay, great,
Thanks.
thank you.
John will be our first person then.
Christina, thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to thank you for your ready willingness and great work to get our EEJ announcement out to the stakeholders in the Caribbean. Thanks, really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yes, Christina, work is just super important. Maria?
Maria Lopez, and yeah, thank you for the presentation. And also for monitoring the chat, the Facebook, and contacting us for questions, for clarifying questions for our constituents. I think that is something very important, and demonstrate the collaboration between, the council and the regional office, because you know, as she said, one of the things more commented was the reduced fine lobster, and there was a lot of confusion. So we were able to tackle that pretty quickly because of their monitoring, Christina's monitoring of the social media. So thank you for that, Christina. Thanks.
Yes, and I have experienced many situations in which bad information is being disseminated, and for example, with the slideshow that she presented, that was super effective on informing people and putting everybody on the same page for a productive discussion. And this is turned out to be, for me, the true engagement with the people, with the community, is the language that people speak now, digital language through the apps, which is really, really, really important. Before I go to the other presentation.
I just reminded, I told you to touch sharp, because we have much for the profit. The general day or the also management on American education or priorities. Myself and the chair of the council, we're going to prepare a small group out of the membership, the original education panel, to go over the webpage. Want to improve the webpage. So we have a contract with the provider, and the idea is to make our webpage more dynamic and cost effective. The issue is the tool that we're going to use, and at the beginning I thought it was a new Japanese starter. Christina explained to me what it is, and I believe that that's the way to go, where people can reach our page and collect all this information. It's very difficult. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we go the presentation of our.
Yes, and I will ask the next presenter to come on board. I think we have just enough time for him to present before lunch. The 15-minute presentation. Welcome, Alicia.
Just a brief introduction, Patricia is Maricruz, and that's something that I noticed from our outreach education, that we need to also include Maricruz in all this outreach that we're doing, because oceanography is extremely important, more than anything else, to explain the variability that we see in our landing and the high biodiversity that we have in the area, that we need to connect the dots. So Patricia, thank you very much for being here. And this is happening. Sailboats are still in the area, right?
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Patricia Chano from Caribus. Although we have this labor of observation, I'm going to focus in a couple of instruments that I think provide data reliable for our area. So, next slide. So to have the idea, so Caribus provides high priority information for decision making, mostly for safety on our coast and ocean, including the efficiency of maritime operations and supporting coastal resource management. So on your right, you will see a map with several icons. It's just pointing out different systems that we have around Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands, because Caribus covers both regions of the US area. So we have several oceanographic data points that provides information about wave conditions, winds, and currents close to shore. We also have a number of radar systems. This provides information about surface currents close to shore to almost 2 to 3 kilometers offshore. We also have several meteo stations close to shore. They provide measurements of wind, speed, direction, barometric pressure, and a couple of them also have precipitation. And one of the topics that I will focus in are the underwater gliders. Currently, we deploy this type of system during the hurricane season. Hopefully, in the future, we can deploy this instrumentation several times during the year. Next slide. So these are the underwater gliders. They replicate quietly like a dolphin. They don't have any system of propulsion, so they only navigate based on currents, buoyancy, and varying size. Try to the movement of it. Next slide. And the next one, please. Is storm drainage. Okay, so these underwater areas, as I mentioned, we deployed with the American season. Although we have images from the satellite, which we can understand how the water quality, we do have the inclusion of the continental river, that also brings different condition of the water. We deploy these instruments to collect data from the sources to almost 900 meters. During their dive, they collect measurements of water temperature, salinity, and other type of biochemical parameters. The data currently that we collect currently is sent it to the National Hurricane Center as soon as they finish every single dive. That takes around 3 to 4 hours. And this is included in the forecast of tropical cyclones, trying to improve the hurricane intensity forecast. Next slide. So here's just an image of the data. If you go, no, it doesn't have a legend, but at the top, you can see some colors, blue colors and purple colors. Those purple colors indicate the intrusion of the continental river plume of the Arizona, which can only change the salinity and the temperature. We also see a pretty red line, a couple of meters below the surface. This is the water layer where we have no cellular changes in the condition of the water. So although this instrumentation has the capacity to measure a lot more, we only focus on the data important for the tropical cyclone intensity forecast and to allow this instrument to be in the water for the whole year and season. So it's almost 6 months. If we include more instrumentation, we have more capacity than the water, we have less battery to go. Next one. So since last year, we also have airport with North, and they're deploying these cell drones to every area with sailboats. And we are doing measurements, qualitative measurements with gliders and on the cell drones. First, to validate the data that the cell drone is collecting, because they're doing a lot of new tests with instruments and other capacities. So they're trying to follow those lines that we are measuring currently. Those are the locations that are working right now. So talking a little bit more about soil, next slide. On the top, you will see an image. This was taken by a fisherman in Puerto Rico when he was traveling from US Virgin Islands to Puerto Rico line, south of Puerto Rico. And they're pretty big. They can collect data, especially with the instrument about weight, conditions, air temperature, air pressure, barometric pressure, currents. Not only from the closer to the system, but until 20 to 30 minutes below. Another type of measurement that they have their cameras, and not this one, but they also have acoustic measurements that they use for fisheries. They can understand a little bit more what happens under the water. So this is just some data that they collected last year, and you can see their track from Virginia, from San Flores to north of Puerto Rico, and on the right side you will see a video of that series. Each panel has different measurements, but you can see they can grab data for almost 6 months. This was one during the hurricane season. They only navigate based on wind. It's basically the same mechanics as a sailboat without water. And I think the data is very important, not only for the surface, but we can understand what is happening in the water column. The good part of this type of system, because as I mentioned, for navigating with the wind, they can move farther and they can go in deep waters where doesn't matter if there is a loss. Next slide. Other measures that I think are reliable to this conversation is the Barrera Ocean Acidification Board. It's located close to the Barrera Marine Resources, close to the Department of Marine Science. It's an effort for NOAA OEMP or Ocean Acidification Program, and Caribous has been there for almost 15 years. And this will collect some biochemical parameters, focus more in salinity conditions, how the water is changing. And right now we are trying to follow this data with how the ecosystem are behaving, especially now that we have these issues that we have since unfortunately, a couple of weeks ago, we have on the region to do that. Next slide. One interesting idea that we get from this week is the measurements of CO2 in the seawater and the atmosphere. In the middle is the measurement of the monthly mean collectively from the buoy, but then on the right side, there's a comparison between two buoys, one in the Caribbean Sea and another in the Pacific. The blue line going up, now you can see the slope, the positive slope. The blue one are the measurements here in Puerto Rico, and the black one is in the Pacific in Hawaii. So you can see that it's now it's getting positive, it's getting concerning. It's going out this type of very concentration, CO2 concentration that we are running to our oceans. Next slide. So the other, as I mentioned, Sargasso is one of the problems that we are having right now on Puerto Rico, also Virgin Islands, and it's affecting not only the ecosystem, but also the daily life of our citizens. And right now we have satellite images that provide us information if there's amounts of gas that is entering, but this is only a timestamp, not an image, only once per day. So we try to develop something using these images and also the network that I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation. Next slide. So we're working in a Sargasso innovation forecast. So what we're using is those images that I showed you in the previous slide, putting in a model using the hydrodynamic and articulation model that Caribbean develops, and trying to give the user or the manager idea of the Sargasso that where you can aim. We try to, it's only a beta version, so this will be out soon for comments and suggestions. Right now, we're just dividing in 3 different levels: low, medium, and high concentration of Sargasso. And then the black line just shows the track. So we take the capture of that single day and put it in the model and start to see what is happening in that day and towards 3 days in the future. Next slide. Okay, so as I mentioned, these are the models that we use for Caribbean. We have Williams wind forecast models and the currents. All of these we use it together and trying to do that model that we presented in the previous slide. We are working right now in single domains close to shore, but trying to have the whole island, the whole US Caribbean covered and trying to have that information given to everyone. Next slide. So how we know that we are tracking the correct Sargasso and the images are showing information, the correct information. So we deploy these light Sargasso readers that we deploy in Sargasso maps. This is an image we deployed the first round of readers in mid-June, and the right image is the tracks of these Sargasso maps. So the idea was to be sure that the images that we're putting in the models really, there are trees Sargasso and they are tracking the correct thing. And also the data allows to understand also the currents around the islands. So we deployed this one was in south of Vieques, I think the part one, and then the first one was deployed south of Parguera, and you can see how they move north, depending on the side currents, and then a couple of them one of the terrible. Next slide. Local effort is more to understand the impact of these Sargasso on ecosystem and another type of coastal barrier. Is collecting this type of Sargasso in these type of traps. This is the effort from a master's student that is from the Department of Marine Science and is working with Caribus. You can see in the map, it's just the different locations that are collecting this type of information. So what they do, they collect the Sargasso, they weigh, and then they also have instrumentation around this area to see how if they're affected, depending on how much concentration or how much biomass of Sargasso you have in the location, and how it's changing through time. So idea they took the salt oxygen pH total alkalinity, and I don't want to go into detail. It's just this is only 6 months of data. I think maybe you have seen this year before and we present them, but the idea is we have now black is the percentage of the salt oxygen. It was collected with instrumentation. The bars are the biodiversity, which is another effort that we're doing with other colleagues from the same department. The triangle, which are tiny, but in red color is the abundancy, and the orange one on the circles is the biomass of sargassum, which is measured from those graphs that I just showed. So the idea of the figure is like it started from March to July, based on the x-axis, and how when the biomass increases at the beginning of March, although it was high, it took time to see the biodiversity going down, same to the abundancy. Then another peak came in early May, but already the system was decaying, so we will go to zero the biodiversity and abundancy. So this is just showing that if we have a lot of biomass, which we can track with the model, hopefully that's our idea of the program that we're developing. We can understand that the biodiversity, our ecosystem, are both of our biodiversity. So. For other efforts, especially for coral and also the coastal virus, we already have this problem. We are just developing the data portal. This is our satellite verified water quality data. So what we collected in the map is tiny, so you can see it. But right now we have 20 locations where we can extract different variables, including sea surface temperature, PAR, zero, turbidity, KD488. And what we are going to present you guys is based on that location, you will see the data by time series or compared to a canal. This is just an example. Here the image from the figure on the right side is the sea surface temperature in the Canary Spain and next one. The other data, just wanted to show you other type of data, turbidity, light penetration, colloquially concentration. Right now we started with 20 locations. We're planning to expand depending on the necessity. As you know, the app, you can come out with any data from certain location, we can try to provide that information to you. Next slide. A article by NOAA, the Department of Natural Research in Puerto Rico, and students from the Department of Marine Science. We were able to include our data collected for the Puerto Rico monitoring program, the USDI program, monitoring program, and the fish assemblage of the fishery in the national base, biodiversity conservation network. So if you type in any type of browser and Puerto Rico, you will see, or Caribbean, you will see all the data. You can click and you will observe the data that was collected and the different information. So I just wanted to point out the different tools that you can access. And maybe they have information here I will put it. Okay. And so using also all the efforts from many scientists, from many volunteers collecting data around Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands, we're trying to develop a tool that provides information to support decision-making management activities. So we're trying to provide access to environmental and biodiversity products in the Caribbean region. This is a way to assess the status and trends of the natural coastal barriers. So the data was extracted from NOAA habitat maps, environmental stressors, from remote sensing images with data code, and biological indicators from CFMC for every 2020. So the maps in the left slide just mark the area that we have data, and we are sharing that information. On the right side, just type of way that we are thinking to provide information like that, comparing data with maybe the data that heat index was about some levels, or how the coverage was affected by other type of stressors. So the data is since the beginning of the collection, depending on the monitoring effort. So hopefully this will be out soon. Just our estimation, trying to do tools easy for the user to understand. So it takes quite a time trying to go back and forth with the user and trying to do some surveys for them to explain how easy or how we really want to present it. And next one for that. I just wanted to show, this is an image that I got from a really nice statue. And I think gathers know how we have these autonomous sensors right now that allow us to understand open ocean, the water ocean, without having a lot of work, and we can track well. We know still the technology has a limitation with currently the batteries and having more sensors, but if we focus on questions, then we can go out and collect the data. needed. So Caritas for quality center observation from the central right now and variables. So all our data is available in our webpage, caritas.org. It's completely free and covers more than 50 years of data from ocean, now from oceanographic data voice to the current to the American. We are trying to increase in our observation depending on the needs of our users and stakeholders. So please let us know if we can offer any type of information that will be helpful for you. So thank you again for the invitation and please, the next slide is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Caritu's presentation is always a great input from the council. And this I already know, you expressed Miguel is gonna stay around. We're gonna have you around for questions, and maybe on the end of the trip, we're gonna reopen a section for the questions about your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, you know, and then, we will have a presentation at 1:15 on aquaculture. And then after that presentation, we will open for question and answer, Caritas and aquaculture. And Christian, I can know, just to make sure that we have a link to Caritas, all these products in our webpage, or we can discuss it later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll be back. We're gonna go for a break for lunch now. And we'll be back at 1:15. Thank you. Turn your phone, your mouth on for a second.
Oh, surrounds me. I don't put my jacket on. You know, the heat is okay. Rivera.
Sí, está.
We are recording. Christina, are we recording? It's 1:19 PM. We're gonna restart the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. And the next presentation is the liaison officers. St. Troy. I'm sorry. My mistake. I just jumped one line here is Jose Rivera presentation, then the liaison officer.
Mr. Chairman, Jose Rivera works for the National Marine Fisheries Service. He's stationed in Puerto Rico. He's actually at this time in Cabo Rojo. And his presentation is something that he and I discussed, the history of some of aquaculture experience in Puerto Rico. Remember that at the national level, there's a new emphasis on aquaculture. So he graciously accepted to give the presentation to us. And then when he finished, we will retake question and answer with the Caribou's presentation this morning. So you will have a chance to some question and answer session for the two of them, aquaculture and Caribou's.
Go ahead, Jose.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Jose Rivera from the Habitat Conservation Division, South Atlantic Branch. I'm based in Cabo Rojo, Puerto Rico. And although the Southeast Regional Office Aquaculture Coordinator is Andrew Richards, I'll be talking about the history, basically a summary of the aquaculture experience in Puerto Rico, just as a quick, short presentation. It's a pleasure for me to do this for the council. Next slide, please. Basically, according to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, about half of the world's seafood production comes from aquaculture. And Asia is the leading continent for aquaculture production. It produces about 91% of the global aquaculture production, which totals about 116 million metric tons. And the top 5 producing countries are in Asia also: China, Indonesia, India, Vietnam, and Bangladesh. And FAO has reported that the United States is ranked 18th in aquaculture production worldwide. Oops.
I'm sorry, your presentation started moving, Alan. Please let me arrange that.
Okay, next slide, please. There. Yeah, and this is a short summary in terms of freshwater aquaculture in the United States and marine aquaculture. As you can see, catfish is the main species produced in freshwater in the United States, and oysters are the species that are most produced in the marine environment for the United States. The total value of aquaculture production in the United States for 2018 was around $1.5 billion. And you can see what percentage of the aquaculture is produced in which region of the United States. 38% for the Pacific, 42% for the Gulf of Mexico, and 40% for the Atlantic. Next slide, please. Okay, fish culture. I'll give you a quick freshwater aquaculture historical account in Puerto Rico. Fish culture starts in 1936 with the establishment of the Maricao Fish Hatchery, which is a freshwater hatchery on the west coast of Puerto Rico. The hatchery is a collaboration between the Puerto Rico Department of Agriculture and the U.S. Bureau of Commercial Fisheries, which is the parent agency of what we have now as National Marine Fisheries Service. The impetus was the creation of dams for rural electrification in Puerto Rico. In 1963, Inigo, who was with the Department of Agriculture, reports the introduction of 15 species from the USA for stocking in dams. And the Institute of Marine Biology through the University of Puerto Rico is established in 1954, which becomes the Department of Marine Sciences in 1968. Dr. Francisco Pagan begins a freshwater aquaculture program within the department in 1970. And Dr. Pagan moves to the United Nations FAO in Rome in 1978. And Mr. Ricardo Cortés takes over as program director at the Department of Marine Science. In 1994, CDAC, PR, is established at University of Puerto Rico in Mayagüez to foster freshwater aquaculture throughout Puerto Rico. And that's basically a freshwater aquaculture center for developing aquaculture in Puerto Rico. In 2002, CDERC ceases operation, and there's an estimate of around $8 million in research and development funds and $10 million in private funds for commercial ventures up to that time, I would say to around the 2000s in Puerto Rico. Next slide, please. Here's just a quick illustration of Mr. Ricardo Cortés on the foreground, Mr. Jose Rivera, another Jose Rivera, Cuco Rivera on the background, with Maria Beatriz Riesgo collecting tilapia at Pulin's Pond in Puerto Rico. I believe this was in Jayuya, but I'm not certain the exact location of Pulin's Pond, but it was somewhere in the mountains of Puerto Rico. And then on the bottom right, you can see one of the largest operations in the 70s in Puerto Rico, which was a shrimp farm, freshwater shrimp farm, and this one's located in Cabo Rojo. It was called Caribe Shrimp Farm, and at that time it was the largest freshwater shrimp enterprise in Puerto Rico, early 1970s. Next slide, please. There's been a number of workshops convened in the 70s, 80s, and up to the 2000s that have dealt with aquaculture potential in Puerto Rico. And one of the first one was organized by the Sea Grant Aquaculture Extension Program through Dr. Edgardo Ojeda. And this one was a 3-day event held at UPRM in Mayaguez in 2004, February 20th, 22nd, 2004, where all the people that were involved at that time in the island aquaculture got together to present what they were doing. Next slide, please. Another such forum took place at the Inter-American University in San Germán that dealt with the pathogens of shellfish, of mollusk, of clams and oysters. And it also took 3 days, and when this was in 2002, and was organized by Dr. Graciela Ramirez at the biology department, Inter-American University. Next slide, please. Dr. Ernest Williams and Dr. Lucy Bunkley Williams had funding through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife it's called the Cooperative Fish Disease Project. And they had funding for a number of years, and they convened a workshop, one of their many workshops, but this one specifically for mutton snapper and cobia, which were being raised in Culebra at that time by snapper farms. This happened in 2005. Next slide, please. There was a workshop organized at the, it coincided also with the Gulf and Caribbean Fisheries Institute meetings in San Juan at the San Juan Hotel in November of 2010. And Jessica Beck at the time was the Southeast Regional Office Aquaculture Coordinator. She organized it with other NCAUS, NOAA employees, and in collaboration with the Department of Natural Resources in Puerto Rico and the Sea Grant program in University of Puerto Rico in Mayaguez, and basically convene a workshop to come up with sustainable practices for marine cage agriculture in the U.S. Caribbean, and that was about the time that the Culebra Snapper Farm project was going pretty strong. Next slide, please. As a consequence of that workshop, there was a best management practices for marine cage culture operations in the U.S. Caribbean booklet that came out that provided around 10 to 12 chapters of information for companies that were interested in starting offshore marine cage aquaculture in Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands. Or it was specifically oriented for Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, but it was applicable also for the Gulf of Mexico and Florida specifically. Next slide, please. In addition, there was another forum through the American Society of Limnology and Oceanography that took place in the San Juan Convention Center in February of 2011. And there was a town hall meeting organized by ASLO of the current state of aquaculture in Puerto Rico, in the Caribbean and the rest of the world that was where Snapper Farm and some of the other companies at that time that were interested in setting up offshore farms presented. Next slide, please. Here is a list that I have compiled for land-based aquaculture ventures in Puerto Rico in the first year, starting around the 1970s and finishing around the 2010, 2011. Most of these farms were freshwater, although some of them were saltwater because they were involved in raising Penaeus vanameae, the saltwater shrimp species. A lot of these companies are not with us to date, but in the early 70s through the early 90s, a lot of them were in the process of trying to make it in the aquaculture world. Next slide, please. Once you look past the 2010s, 2011s to present, we've seen that the number of companies have basically halved, and a lot of the companies that are into aquaculture now in Puerto Rico, most of them are doing it. Well, the most successful ones are doing still freshwater aquaculture, like Caribe Fisheries in Lajas, which raises aquarium fish and also raises macrobrachium and basa. And the Maricao Fish Hatchery, which is, since it got established in the late 30s, has still been operating, with the raising of recreational species like trout and, not trout, but like sea bass and things like that, bass and some other species that are in the lakes of Puerto Rico. There are some companies that are now raising mostly shrimp or Sherax, the Australian shrimp, and there's also now a fishing association in Naguabo, which is starting to grow queen conch for stock enhancement. And there's another project that the University of Puerto Rico Mayagüez at Magueyes Island, in collaboration with Florida Institute of Technology and the Puerto Rico Sea Grant, which is starting to experiment with IMTA technology. Next slide, please. One of the earlier programs that started looking to the ocean for growing species was the Puerto Rico Nuclear Center Marine Ecology Division, which started experimenting with oysters, primarily the mangrove oyster, although they did experiment with the Japanese oyster and with the oyster from Chesapeake Bay, the Crassostea virginica. And they had experimental barges in Rincon Lagoon in Boquerón Bay. And Dr. Ken Waters was the one who was directing that enterprise. It was primarily experimental. They never went to the commercial phase. We have on the lower slides here, or the lower photos, we have on the right Eureka Marine Farms or Eureka Shrimp Farms, which is in Toa Baja. And they were raising Penaeus vanameae in saltwater in ponds very close to the ocean. And there was another activity in, I believe it was in Juana Diaz, that was also trying to do the same thing. And we're talking in the 80s, 70s, and 80s primarily. Next slide, please. Also, there were 3 companies that got permitted from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Puerto Rico Department of Natural Resources to culture fish in territorial seas. And these three companies were Snapper Farm, incorporated in Culebra. They were growing mutton snapper and cobia. Ocean Harvest, incorporated in Humacao, who wanted to grow cobia, and Borinquen Aquaculture in Rincon. And out of the three companies, two didn't decide not to go forward with their commercial plan, business plan, and Snapper Farm was the only one who was able to raise primarily cobia. They attempted to raise snapper in the first year, but after the first year, they decided to just grow cobia only. And that was that operation in Culebra started in the 1998-1999 timeframe with permitting, and it lasted until about 2008 when they transferred to Panama. Next slide, please. This is a visualization of the site of where Snapper Farm was located, basically 2 miles from the ferry terminal in Culebra and right next to a marine reserve, Cayo and Cayo Luis Peña. It was located in 28 meters of water, and they used sea stations, which are the top right photo are the sea stations that were used. They had 2 of those, and then they experimented with the aquapod, which are the 2 bottom photos, which was at that time a prototype cage that was just being evaluated. Next slide, please. This activity was in collaboration with the Culebra Fishing Association. They were partners in that venture. And one of the objectives of that whole enterprise was to provide the fishing associations with a source of employment and product. This is a strategy that has been used in Puerto Rico with all these ventures. Next slide, please. Snapper Farm moved to Panama in 2007, and it established a hatchery to raise cobia from egg in Viento Frio, Panama, on the Caribbean side. And they have, at present, they have 21 sea station submersible cages, which are twice the volume of what they had in Culebra. They employ 283 persons in their facilities between producing the fish and processing the fish for selling. And as of last week, when I spoke to their general manager, they were online to produce this year an estimated 3,500 metric tons of cobia. And this is a project that was started with federal and local funds in Culebra and migrated, and well, it also had private funding, and then it migrated to Panama, where it obtained more private funding over there, and it has now grown to a fully commercial operation. So this is one of the products that came from 20 years ago from efforts in Puerto Rico. Next slide. Another extension project that was started in the 2010s to 2013 was Ojeda, Dallas Alston, and others had an extension program in collaboration with the Corozo Fishing Association in Cabo Rojo. And their goal was to try to grow yellowtail snapper in a recirculating aquaculture system. And next slide. They had basically around 22 tanks that they would circulate the water among them, and they would attempt to grow cachicata, which is a local species, and also yellowtail snapper as a way of teaching the fishermen how to raise these so that they could sell them locally. Next slide, please. The project basically, as long as the funding from the Sea Grant program, aquaculture program there kept coming, the program was viable. But once the funding was ended, there was not enough capital to keep the fishermen interested in producing the fish. Next slide. Here are some of the areas that have been evaluated through the spatial analysis program in NOAA and with the Department of Natural Resources in the 2010 to 2020 era. And basically the ovals that you see, which are green on the West Coast, and those arrows that point to preferred areas for algae growth and for mollusks, are some of the best areas in Puerto Rico that have potential for aquaculture or in mariculture. And then on the North Coast and on the South Coast, you see some red ovals, which are areas available in the submarine platform in the continental shelf, but they're not as guarded from the marine weather as the ones on the West Coast. And then the ones on the East Coast here, the yellow and orange ones, they have some protection, but not as good a protections as on the West Coast. And then the stars are just the different major airports that are close to these areas of production. The hatch areas are just the marine managed areas in Puerto Rico primarily. Next slide. Although the tuna industry in Puerto Rico is not a mariculture activity, it is primarily a wild caught tuna. I wanted to mention as one of the take-home messages from this talk that the tuna industry in Puerto Rico, which started in the late 50s or early 60s and lasted until about the 2010-2012 era, was a major processor of fish in Puerto Rico and in the United States, it basically, Puerto Rico hosted the largest tuna cannery in the world at one time in 1984, and this all happened between Mayagüez and Ponce, and it can host a world-class mariculture industry if it decides to, because it has a lot of the or it used to have a lot of the manpower that the tuna industry at its height would hire close to 6,000 employees on the west coast of Puerto Rico. And so they were processing 1,000 tons of tuna per day, which is roughly 2 million pounds of fish, which is about 2 times what the local fishermen were catching in 1 year. So this is something that a lot of people don't realize, especially politicians and some of the local natural resources managers, that Puerto Rico did have an offshore fishery, but it was primarily managed through, it was private, but it had a world impact. Next slide, please. Right now, with the Aquaculture Opportunity Areas Initiative, that was started under President Trump. NOAA National Marine Fisheries is considering for inclusion areas in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands as areas of opportunity. And so that's something that's ongoing as we speak. And hopefully it will bring interest in starting an aquaculture or a mariculture industry in Puerto Rico, mostly in saltwater. Next slide, please. The main reasons for the demise for aquaculture industry in Puerto Rico there's a list there compiled of 7 main reasons. Primarily, seafood is consumed. The seafood is consumed by Puerto Ricans is primarily imported. The cost of imported seafood mostly cheaper than local production cost. Fish food needs to be imported, which costs more. So there's no incentive to try to start an industry. Double regulatory system, the territorial and the federal system creates quite a high wall for any private industry that wants to get permitted to do this in Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands. And there's no incentive to produce when we have a welfare system that lets you get by with little effort. But I was talking to Andrew Richard this morning, and I was telling him that for me, the main variable that affects aquaculture in Puerto Rico is the lack of adequate amount of capital. Most of these projects that I've seen or been involved with rely only on government subsidies to get started or to pay for operating expenses, and they have no reserve capital to basically confront the problems that you run into when you're trying to grow live animals. And also the hurricane infrastructure damage affects your activity. And then companies that have survived the longest, Eureka Shrimp Farms had quite I believe it operated for close to 15 years before it ceased operations. Sequest in Santa Isabel, who was a clownfish hatchery, they decided to move to Montana, and they're operating in Montana at a very reduced volume compared to what they had in Puerto Rico. They also lasted about 15, 18 years. And Caribe Fisheries, which is located in Lajas and is freshwater, is still in operation. And I've seen them in operation for the last 25 years. So they're probably been the most successful in terms of keeping operating, continuously with their pond operation. And then, of course, Snapper Farms, which was started in Culebra and evolved to Open Blue Sea Farms in Panama, and is now producing 3,500 metric tons of cobia per year. And this is roughly 7 million pounds of fish a year, which when compared to our annual total catch of approximately 2 million pounds is about 3.5 times that amount. And Puerto Rico has 1,000 commercial fishermen that produce the approximately 2 million pounds of landing, compared to Open Blue Sea Farms, which has 283 employees. So although we presently don't have a large aquaculture or mariculture industry in Puerto Rico, we have been instrumental in making these ventures in other countries successful. And next slide, please. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them, or you can email me or call me at my telephone, or you can contact the Southeast Regional Office Regional Aquaculture Coordinator, Mr. Andrew Richard, at his email or at his mobile phone. So thank you very much for the opportunity to give you a snapshot of what's going on with aquaculture in Puerto Rico.
Thank you very much, Jose. And we have very little time dedicated for questions for your presentation and for Patricia from Caricruz. Questions for any of the presenters? Carlos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carlos Pacheco here. Yeah, Jose, what is the freshwater farm Caribe fisheries producing?
Carlos, good afternoon. This is a farm that produces aquarium fish, freshwater aquarium fish of different. They have a number of species. I would suspect they have at least 15, 20 species that they produce in ponds in Lajas, and they also produce macrobrachium and for sale. And they used to have basa. I don't think they're producing basa at this moment right now, but they have the capability of raising basa fish also.
Thank you. Graciela?
So I have a question for Graciela here for both Jose and Patricia. So one of the main issues that is being discussed nationwide is the use of offshore wind energy. And Jose showed a picture of places in Puerto Rico for aquaculture. Usually these two are associated somehow or could be. So my question is both for Jose, I mean, to the areas that have been selected or are thought viable for aquaculture, also viable for offshore wind production. And in the case of Patricia, has Caricruz been involved at all with this offshore wind energy production? Because usually it's at depth of 60 meters or so, so it really impacts most of our ecosystems.
Well, good afternoon, Graciela. I had some information concerning the Pacific National Laboratory, which is looking into that same question. They're currently in the process of studying the interaction of wind energy and wave formation and co-location of mariculture activities. In fact, they're holding a workshop, virtual workshop, I think at the end of August, and on that same subject. But you know, when we did the evaluation, we weren't really thinking in co-locating wind farms or any other of energy producing technologies. We were just primarily selecting the areas based on conditions to put offshore cages and growing fish.
Thank you, Patricia.
Yes, on our side, we have been helping or assisting with some data for companies that are coming and doing an assessment. We have two products that are available online, developed by Dr. Miguel Canas. He did an atlas of wave energy around Puerto Rico Virgin Islands. So that's something that can help for aquaculture. And for wind energy, we also have the maps of wind climate around Puerto Rico and Virgin Island and also helps, but we have a conversation with a couple of companies, and the issue is the design, especially considering our bathymetry that is complex and how we're going to grab, and we are now affecting ecosystem or marine life or another maritime operation also. But yeah, we have the data and it's available for them to do any type of analysis around Puerto Rico.
Ian?
Yes, thank you both. The reason why we have this conversation about aquaculture, and now like Graciela mentioned, is because I've been receiving calls from different people interested in knowing whether the council will oppose or be in favor of windmills for producing energy and mariculture. And I do know you already received some information for areas of opportunity for aquaculture. That's something that is being developed at the national level. In our case, it might not affect that much the EEC of Puerto Rico because you have 10.35 starting miles, 9 nautical miles. So most of the action occurs within the area jurisdiction of Puerto Rico. but there's some interest of people to, at least two that asked me, how about Virgin Islands? The northern part of Virgin Islands, is part of the EDC, will you oppose to that? And I said, well, we don't work that way. When we have let's say a permit petition from the Department of Corps of Engineers, the council may get involved. Regarding aquaculture, there's also legal issues involved. If we go by the experience of the Gulf Council, they're kind of complex. Because when we prepare a management plan for that, it's been challenged, etc. So at this time, we just wanted to let you know what is going on with aquaculture. At least we have two people that are calling. And by the way, when we talk about windmills, there are two. The one that floats and the one that are anchored. And in some cases in Puerto Rico, they're talking about only use the one that floats. Because the anchoring ones, you go around St. Croix, you need to have a long post to anchor everything there. So this fellow told me that they are not going to move here, but they're considering possibility. And he wanted to know, I don't know whether he's the lawyer or not, but he knew a lot about governance. He wanted to know what would be the position of the council. As I said, share with all. And then I also told him we only can provide input to the Corps of Engineers if they ask us. And most of the time is to go to the action agent, in this case, it's no issues. So I would like to thank Jose Rivera for taking the time of doing this at this time. And Patricia, then one question for Patricia is that I will ask Cristina to touch base with you to see which of the products that you mentioned today can be linked to the council so we can be able to explain the world. And that's for later conversation. I would like to hear the reactions to that idea now.
Yes, of course, and I will share the information with Christina and if you need any other side to meet with each other and explain in detail and trying to do some tutorial, we are more than available for that. Thank you for the invitation.
And
Yeah, just a comment to what Miguel said, and I appreciate your comments, Miguel. With wind energy or aquaculture, we have had an extremely successful model in the Gulf of Mexico with the marine spatial planning efforts and working with the National Ocean Service to do that marine spatial planning. And with aquaculture opportunity areas, we've expanded now into Alaska for this year's efforts, but there's certainly efforts by NOAA Fisheries Service over time that we would look at other regions, including potentially the Caribbean, to expand into aquaculture. With wind energy, that's a BOEM decision in terms of where they locate their wind energy facilities. But once again, we see this as a collaborative effort, working with industry, working with the council. We're not going to be pre-decisional in terms of supporting or opposing it, but we want to look at it from the standpoint of the conservation and management of the resources in our mission and ensure that we deconflict as much as we can in terms of the multiple uses of the ocean. So certainly hope that as this progresses in the Caribbean, or if it progresses in the Caribbean, that'll have the same successes we've had in the Gulf.
thank you very much. Just to wrap it up, and one comment on you want to make a jump.
Just on this note of where the council can be proactive, if you are getting inquiries about offshore wind from developers or interested party, then I believe industry is quite interested in offshore wind, and the administration is very much a proponent of it as recent executive orders and administrative actions have been. It's going to probably come to many of our regions, and it's going to come rather quickly, is what we found in the Gulf, faster than people I think had expected in terms of the lease sales, which are slated for early 2023. The key in the Gulf of Mexico, as Andy pointed out, was marine spatial planning at the upfront early on to identify the best areas. And I think what the council could be very proactive about is recommending that comprehensive marine spatial planning, inclusive of all the trust resources, as well as the economic, social, and other factors and oceanographic that need to be considered, be done as what NOS is, the NOS planning process, to best inform and use the best spatial intelligence to find the right places for wind. And that's really was the key in the Gulf, and I think that's the key to using the best information to find places for offshore wind. Thanks.
Okay. What would be the first step to do something? On one of the council. We were before when marine spatial planning, it was kind of abandoned, but what could be the first step, if anything, that the council could do to move forward the way that you mentioned? What could be the first step?
John Walter, I don't have a great answer for what the first step would be. But I think the aquaculture area of opportunity, which really was the start of that comprehensive planning process in the Gulf, and extending that process, as Andy said, to and maybe requesting that that be considered, because it seems like there's a lot of opportunity areas in Puerto Rico, and it's got a high growth potential. But that process of accumulating the data and building the spatial model is essentially the same process for wind as it would be for aquaculture. So it should, as any blue economy thing, I think that could be done, and probably would be something to be. I don't know where the request would be made and how that would be done, but I think it's probably quite valuable to begin that process for anything that would be done in the blue economy of the territories.
Andy, Graciela, and I need to wrap up with a comment to the end to connect all those dots.
Yeah, and I'll keep it short. In terms of coordination, Miguel, if you wanted to write a letter or something to me, or even just an email to pass along the interest in pursuing something like this, we could certainly put you in touch with key contacts both on the aquaculture side as well as the conservation.
Graciela.
So, because I had asked Patricia to tell us a little bit about the gliders and the use of this technology for mapping and for fisheries, one of the main things that we need to do is to actually update the maps, the benthic habitat maps, because those are, fairly old. They need to be updated, and especially in the EEC, those areas that could be used for either offshore aquaculture or for wind or wave energy, which is the other issue that Caricus has been dealing with, that the gliders and that new technology could be in fact used for mapping. And we would need to identify funding opportunities through the Science Center and the regional office, etc., to see where we can all collaborate in that kind of endeavor.
Thank you very much, Graciela. I just want to mention that I represent the council on the National Recreational Summit. And my presentation was about the perspective from the industry to aquaculture and the opportunities to the Caribbean. And I want to state that the record on that meeting addressed everything you guys are already saying. And there is Carlos was with me, and it's a please access those records, talk to Russell Dunn about the results and the discussion on that. And there is big similarities between Hawaii and Puerto Rico as expected. And 50% of this discussion is already on that meeting being discussed, and there is experience on it. And I want you guys to be aware of. Thank you very much. And I think into the future, maybe we have to keep discussing and engaging the council as a vehicle or tool to keep the voice of the industry supporting the efforts, but in a balanced way. Thank you very much. And next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I talked to the liaison officers, and remember, you asked them to only provide new information. So from April to here, there's only one of them. The other two will present in December. Nicole and Mabel just told me that they don't have anything new for this meeting. We have Wilson Santiago with us today, and we have to have a chance to give the presentation.
Wilson. Sit down.
Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison for the record. as Miguel said, on my updates, I report them in the last OAP meeting. After that, I give PEPCO for educational program for commercial features. The next day of the meeting, we give it in Mayagüez, in the municipality of Mayagüez, a total of 35 or 30, I don't remember the exact number, participants, were 75% of them were commercial features. After that, this past Monday, I gave a workshop of fisheries management and license procedures to the Colegio of Agronomists of Puerto Rico. In the state, the agronomists work an important place for the features, commercial features specifically. There's a lot of financial ayudas, financial aids for the commercial features in the Department of Agriculture, and the agronomists are the ones that are in charge of giving them the financial aids. So those two are the updates on my report. As it is, as always, if anyone has a question or something to ask me, thank you.
Thank you, Wilson. Any question, one question for Wilson? Hearing none, we keep in touch. I know you're in the room. Any other question, people can contact you. Thank you very much. And the next presentation will be enforcement reports, Puerto Rico DNR.
Thank you, Marcos. I shared the report from the Rangers to Christina, with Christina. Yeah, they provided us a report on their actions during this year, 2022. And it's difficult for me to read it from here, but let me find it here. That's okay, so the DNR Ranger Force continues to provide security protection and surveillance to Puerto Rico's natural resources in the coastal zone and open seas. Preventive maritime and land patrols are carried out in areas of landfills, sand extraction, and damaged coastal mangroves in coastal areas of the island. They guide the public and inspect recreational and commercial vessels that disembark on our shores. Recreational fishing tournaments that comply with nautical safety regulations are visited. Assistance and cooperation is also provided to other state and federal agencies with the arrest of illegals on the coast. And then we have some of the cases that they have been dealing and processing. For example, with law number 21, that deals with the deposits of debris in the coastal area. They presented or managed 17 cases in the coastal zone. This law it applies to every, all the island, but these cases were in the coastal area. So with regards to law number 147, the law for coral reefs, they submitted 10 cases to our legal division for coral breakage. Then we have law number 278, the fisheries law. They handled 9 cases with different affairs, like for example, violations to HMS permits, different the common lobster, the queen conch. There were several cases of lobster out of measure, for example. And there was 2 cases referred to Miguel Borges from NOAA. And we have, many cases, 300 with 3 cases for violating safety issues in the sea. And there was a case where, there was a tie of a boat to a mangrove. We also have many cases related to regulation 4860. That's a maritime zone regulation. And we had 64 cases there. We also have, with regards to regulation 6979, the regulations for registration, navigation, and aquatic safety in Puerto Rico. That's Reglamento de Navegación. They had 143 cases. And they mentioned that there was an anchor in an natural reserve. Also had cases related to the regulation 7949, that this is a fisheries regulation. And we had 83 cases for different situations, including possession of green conch, not complying with the size limit, fishing in an area not allowed, illegal possession of species in a closure date, lobster not measuring the size, excess green conch possession of recreational and commercial fishing. This is the report, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Everything is stated and very clear. James, you.
Yes, James Craiglow. I have a question about the 10 cases for coral breakage. Is that coral harvesting or a vessel striking a coral reef?
I don't have the detail that I can ask and let you know, but I imagine that we have both situations. We may have both of them. But I'll have to check.
Nice. James Craiglow again. James Craiglow again. Do you have many cases of coral harvesting in Puerto Rico?
I don't have the statistics about that, so it would be not responsible for me to answer with more details. So let me check with the rangers and I'll try to answer that.
Miguel?
Yeah, James, taking of coral is prohibited in Puerto Rico. And is an offense if you remove the coral even from the beach. And most of these cases are because people anchor in the wrong places. And then we also have divers who take as a souvenir, they take the coral. Most of the time, according to meetings with the rangers, with the vigilantes, the people who enforce the law in Puerto Rico, those are the 2 most common cases. Sometimes people do not know, but as you know, ignorance doesn't excuse you from violating the law. And they're usually the cases for these people. I'm sure that the matters can confirm the information, but the important part is that they're doing the work enforcing these regulations. And it's a nightmare because most of the violators are recreational fishers who come for the first time, tourists, and people don't know better. This is something that probably we can improve in we recently had some funds to have a regional education, maybe 5 or something like that, the development to send it out. That's a good question.
I just want to mention that most likely recreational people, not necessarily fishers. And because there is a lot of snorkelers and other people that do activities on the water. And I don't want to label my constituents as too problematic. We need to educate them and to follow the rules, like always. But we have to include everybody that participates in it. That's why my comment. And just off the head that he's totally agree with me. And the next one on the line is USVI DPNR.
Good afternoon, how it works for the record. The Department of Land and Natural Resources, Division of Environmental Enforcement, Federal Fisheries Summary for the 2nd quarter of 2022 is as follows.
The Division of Environmental Enforcement is currently in the process of re-engaging with our federal partners at NOAA with the Joint Enforcement Agreement, the JEA program for 2022. It has been over 5 years that the division opted out of the signed agreement due to the lack of manpower after the devastating hurricanes of 2017. We are now happy to announce that we will have a working agreement from October of 2022. I would like to make it perfectly clear that although the division was not having a signed contract agreement, the officers of the division were still obligated to conduct and inspect for fishery and dockside enforcement. In an effort to re-engage with the JEA, the division has hired additional officers to meet the required mandates of the grant. DPNR has completed the bidding process for a contract to construct 4 patrol vessels for each district. The contract was awarded to Metalcraft Marine in the amount of $1.5 million. The acquisition of these assets will enhance our patrol capability and add to our existing fleet. Once the contract has started, it will take 12 months for completion and delivery to the Virgin Islands. DPNR has also invested in 4 Yamaha Cruiser jet skis, the trailer and police package to boost the enforcement capability for near shoreline patrols for incoming vessels. In late July, DPNR officers assisted a local BIPD with traffic stop that led to a discovery of a hawksbill sea turtle possession. Officially, the case has been turned over to the National Marine Fishery Agent, Miguel Borges, to assist with the federal prosecution. And that's all I'm going to say about that. On August 2nd, 2022, the Lorraine Fish Market in St. Croix sustained damage from vehicle accident to the wall adjacent to the female restroom, putting it to a restroom out of commission until repairs can be finalized. We are still working to finalize the fish cleaning station for the fish market with enhancing the lift station pumps with grinders to resolve the issue related to clogging. Our dockside inspections is 360 hours. Our fish market inspection was 480 hours. Our sea patrol hours, 85 hours. Our contacts was 137. Our renewal for commercial license for the territory was 246. And our commercial helpers was 61. After waiting 6 months for new outboard engines for our marine patrol vessel in the St. Thomas district, I am happy to say that we are able to outfit the asset with new outboards, making it operational once again. This has concluded my DI report, and I'm open for questions. Thank you very much for your report. We're going to hold into questions until the end. Please make a note of if you have any questions. And you want to make, looking around, I don't see too much questions. Is there any questions? No. Thank you very much for your report, Howard. Next one, U.S. Coast Guard.
I checked that, it's not here.
Yeah. If we have another report from on the meantime, let's go with the names report. No?
Marian Donadas, co-host for me, and this hearing is great.
Thank you, Christina.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you. This is Manny Antoneris, the Nose Office of Law Enforcement, Southeast Division. I'm sorry I couldn't participate in person for this meeting, and I'm hoping I will be there in person for the December meeting. We have a few updates to report to the council on some activity out of our Puerto Rico and USVI field offices. For those of you that haven't met Miguel Borges, he's present in person at the at today's meeting. So if you have any questions on some of the incidents that I'm going to cover, please feel free to reach out directly to Miguel during one of the breaks. We also have an enforcement officer, Alex Terrero, who's assigned to the St. Thomas field office. He is not participating today, but will likely participate on some of the future meetings. And hopefully once some of them are held in USVI, he will also be participating locally. There we go. All right, the first incident we have here is it was a case out of St. Thomas. It was an import of seafood that was improperly manifested, and it was found to contain illegal egg-bearing and short Caribbean spiny lobsters that were imported from the BVI. Lobsters were seized and released alive, and that case is still ongoing. So I won't get into any more detail on that one. We also had a boarding of a recreational fishing vessel out of Crum Bay Marina, and upon inspection, our officer discovered 3 undersized yellowtail snappers and later determined that those fish were also harvested in federal waters. And that case was documented and the subject was issued compliance assistance. We had a written warning that was issued to a fisherman who was in possession of one yellowfin tuna during a ramp check conducted by DNER. I believe that's one of the cases that Mr. Morris had referenced in the Puerto Rico brief that was forwarded to Special Agent Borges. We also had a couple cases that were referred to us from the Tuna Tracking Verification Program. And in those 2 incidents, there was required documentation that was missing from the import paperwork in reference to 6 different imports of tuna. And the special agent followed up, and the importers have since provided the required paperwork. We had a few cases, several cases that were worked in conjunction with some of our partners that you can see here. The first one that I've included on this slide involves a complaint of illegal possession of staghorn coral. It was a small quantity, my understanding, that was found at a residential complex. The officer out of St. Thomas followed up with that one, issued compliance assistance to the complex manager, and then also took the opportunity to provide some outreach and education on the regulations with regard to possessing coral. We had an officer respond also to a report from CBP of an illegal shipment of West Indian whelks that arrived at the St. Thomas airport. The whelks were shipped from the British Virgin Island of Tortola, and at the time of that report, those were closed for harvest. And in conjunction with CBP, those were denied entry into USVI. We had an IUU patrol operation conducted. It was a multi-day operation with CBP Air Marine, the FDA, and we also had one of our officers out of our Miami-based, or out of our Miami field office, who's actually an IUU officer that participated in that operation as well. There were no violations detected during that operation. We had a patrol as well with CBP at the Frenchtown Waterfront Seaport. Officer report on that one, he was alerted of an illegal shipment of conch that was brought into USVI without the CITES documentation. And that particular case was referred to U.S. Fish and Wildlife for follow-up. We also had a couple cases involving MMPA harassment. One particular case, you can see pictures from that case here, was investigated by Special Agent Borges and was issued a summary settlement. And the subjects involved in that case accepted the summary settlement and paid the penalty for harassing dolphins under the MMPA. And then we also, so can't get into details, we have several ongoing investigations in the Caribbean area, one of which involves a case that Director Forbes had briefed. It's a ESA take that was referred to our office for further investigation. And I hope to provide some more detail on that case during the next meeting. Just a quick recap. During the last meeting, I talked about the 5-year priority setting that our office is currently involved with. It's something we do every 5 years, and part of the process involves soliciting input from our joint enforcement agreement partners, our Coast Guard partners, the Gulf of Mexico, South Atlantic, and the Caribbean, and from other NOAA line offices. Apologize for the typo on this one. We also held a separate meeting with the Caribbean Council Chair and also DAP representatives. We had a very good discussion with those folks. It led to some follow-up discussions, one of which involved seafood mislabeling. And as of today, our draft is now with our headquarters office in Silver Spring under review. And once those priorities are finalized, we'll get them published. And I'll provide a brief during the next Caribbean Council meeting in December. And then, as Director Forbes mentioned, the JA agreements, we do have pending agreements that are being finalized for submission for the next agreement cycle for the JEAs for Puerto Rico and USVI. That concludes the brief. I'll leave you with this final slide that has the contact information for Special Agent Miguel Borges and Alex Terrero, Enforcement Officer in USVI, and the 800 toll-free number that we have for reporting a violation. Can certainly use that to provide any information on a complaint or contact one of these folks directly. And that concludes my brief. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Don't see any question at this moment. Thank you very much. As usual, very good report. And Christina, the Coast Guard is not available for. They don't have at this moment a report.
Just read for the record what you wrote.
Hero, negative. I'm just listening. The next meeting, our representative from Sector San Juan will be attending, and I will mention to prepare a presentation. I actually was unaware that we present at the meeting.
Thank you very much. We appreciate always the collaboration with the Coast Guard, and we will be expecting your presentation, which is very important for this council. Thank you. And the next presentation or topic is CFMC Advisory Body Membership, followed by Code of Conduct and Conflict of Interest.
Okay, we will have a standard topic, the same way we do with the enforcement. So from now on, you will see the agenda, the advisory bodies. In this case, I'm happy to report that all of the members, so all the bodies were reappointed April 22 this year. So everything all the positions are filled. It's between here and December, we have a vacancy of some sort. The chair will contact the chairs of the corresponding body. And then we will report back to you in December whether we have a vacancy or not. For for James territory, the way that we operate is that whenever we have a vacancy in any of the advisory bodies, DAP, SSC, or AAP, and PAP, we have a lot of these. We receive from anyone, members of the public, council members of the DAPs, and chairs, especially, candidates to fill that position. Then we have a closed session at a meeting. There we discuss the merits that we have done before. And then the following day, it is announced to the public, this item in the agenda, the persons that the council would like to consider for membership. And it is done by, for example, I would like to consider the role for DAPs and jobs. And then that's the motion. Then you have to vote on it. And there the council decide whether that person is accepted or not for the group.
Thank you for that. Now we are gonna follow by the code of conduct and conflict of interest, Joseph.
Sure, thank you. I'm Jocelyn D'Ambrosio, and the council asked me to speak about conduct issues and conflict of interest. Conflict of interest in particular has arisen in the context of the council's scientific and statistical committee and some of their discussions. So I just wanted to provide a brief overview of these topics and some of the work that the council is doing on these matters. So starting with conduct, recently we've been focused on one particular aspect of conduct, which is decorum and responses to persons that have raised potential questions about issues of decorum, in particular around how persons conduct themselves at meetings and around meetings of the council. And the council in particular is responsible for maintaining the high standards of ethical conduct among themselves and their staffs and advisory groups. And as part of that, we want to make sure that the persons affiliated with the council members, the advisory panel members, the council staff, persons attending meetings, act with professionalism and show respect for others. And that's really paramount under the conduct policies that exist. And we have a number of standards here that apply. So the Department of Commerce, their Office of General Counsel, the Ethics and Law Division, or the program, office has prepared 2 standards that apply here. There's rules of conduct for employees and advisors of regional fishery management councils. And then there's also rules of conduct for members of regional fishery management councils. And these documents are available online, and I can make sure that they're circulated again to everyone so we have them. But these really govern the conduct standards, and the council has incorporated them into its statement of organization, practices, and procedures. And those are what we call the SOPs. So we have SOPs from 2015. Those were sent up for approval and are still awaiting approval, but we're operating under those because the council itself approved those standards. But I also checked the earlier versions of the SOPs too as potentially informative, so that we have an earlier version from 2004. And both of those contain some standards. The most recent one specifically references those rules of conduct that the Department of Commerce has put together. And then the 2004 SOPs has some standards in there for conduct that raise similar topics, making sure that persons are in particular conducting themselves professionally, not misusing their role. So we'll make sure that everyone has a copy of those. But recently, again, the focus has just been on maintaining professionalism, and I think that's just very important. So we have a safe place for persons to participate and to make good decisions and collaborative work. So on the conflict front, I'm really just going to touch on how that's arisen with the some of the discussions at the SSC meetings. There are different standards for conflicts of interest that would apply to the council as the decision-making body. But here, sort of been asked to talk about recent questions associated with the SSC meetings. So there have been some concerns with the affiliations of persons that are members of the SSC, some of the research that they're doing. There's been concerns that might present the potential for bias or potential for some sort of financial benefit. I just want to start for a minute and say that the persons that the council has appointed to its SSC have expertise in the region. So they're doing expertise in the region. They have expertise that the council wants to rely on. So we can come up with really good conservation and management measures that reflect the best scientific information available. So a lot of these research initiatives that they're talking about are really why they were selected to be on the SSC, because we want to be able to use their expertise. So it's not a bad thing that they're able to speak about work in the region that can inform fishery management. And we want, going back to this sort of decorum questions, we want to have a collaborative environment where people feel comfortable discussing their affiliations and discussing their expertise. So to support that, we have disclosure requirements. These are under the regulations that NIPS has prepared. There's a financial form that SSC members fill out, council members fill out as well. And then when we have discussions, persons should disclose any of their affiliation with the research. So these discussions, these forums can help make sure that we're all aware where folks are coming from. And with the SSC in particular, there's three types of work that I kind of think about and that would inform how we want to think about the conflict question. So the SSC can conduct peer reviews. The SSC makes recommendations for what information is the best scientific information available to inform fishery management decisions. And then the SSC also makes various recommendations to the council. So recently they've recommended research priorities, as you heard, where they might recommend how the council might respond to particular research. Whatever questions the council has for the SSC will evaluate pertinent research and recommend action for the council to consider. So in the peer review context, there are some standards that apply for conflict of interest. These come from the National Standard Guidelines, particularly National Standard 2, and that requires that conservation and management measures be based on the best scientific information available. And so those talk about when persons are conducting peer review, we want to make sure that they're independent, and that would mean that the peer reviewers haven't contributed or participated in the work that's under review, and that there's not conflicts. And for persons that are not members of the fisheries service, and peer reviewers will need to make sure that they don't have conflicts with the scientific information that's under review. And then they define that under this one NOAA policy on conflicts of interest as not having a financial or other interest that would conflict with their service on the review, meaning it could significantly impair their objectivity or create an unfair competitive advantage. And so that's in that peer review context. We want to make sure that there's that independence and that there's not something that's going to make it difficult for them to be objective in the review. So that being said, the guidelines recognize for highly specialized peer reviews, it might not be possible to find someone that has not participated in the research or that might have a conflict, because there might be just a limited pool of persons that could be eligible for that review. And so in that instance, the person would disclose their affiliation, and then the review could move forward. So it's not an absolute bar, but it's something that we want to try to avoid so we can maintain that independence and objectivity. So in the best scientific information available realm, the SSC, as the council's scientific advisory body, will make recommendations on the best scientific information available. And I say recommendations because it's actually NIPS's role to certify that the management measures are based on the best scientific information available, but NIPS can take into account views from the SSC. So here too, I think there aren't standards directly on point, like for the peer review, but those standards for peer review, I think, could influence how the council wants to recommend its SSC make those best science recommendations. So again, making sure that if you're trying to say a particular study is best science, persons that conducted the study should likely recuse themselves. But as I said at the outset, we want to leverage persons' expertise. So if folks have questions about the study, they should be able to speak about the study, answer any questions the SSC might have, but just within the context of knowing they participated in that research information, disclosing the affiliation. And then finally, just on management recommendations and advice, sort of similar to that best science, I think the disclosure of any affiliation, being available to talk about any of the research, but not maybe ultimately voting on a recommendation based on that research. So let's say someone had done some research on a spawning period and you wanted to recommend the council respond to that research. Well, perhaps persons that participate in the research could recuse themselves from that discussion, but could say, you know, this is the research, this is the methods I use, this is why I would recommend this, but I'm going to recuse myself from that final vote. And then when the SSC reports that out, they could note the researcher's affiliation and presumption that they would be in support of the matter. So I've been working on a document that kind of lays out the role of the SSC and the way these different standards could apply to conduct, and hope to have that available for the council review and input, because on some of these topics, how you want the SSC to handle potential appearance of conflicts, it'd be great to have council advice. So that should be available, and that concludes my presentation. If anyone has any questions, please let me know.
Any question? I don't see any question. Actually, it was super clear, super important what you just presented, Jocelyn. I just want to state that the council, since 2 or 3 meetings ago, was already working in order to produce guidance and materials to enhance the way the meetings work together, work between the members and the rules, to disseminate the rules. And we're gonna keep doing that because of the forum and the respect and the flow of information in a professional manner is super important for me and for the council members. And I just want to highlight that. Any question? Miguel?
Well, not a question, but one of the things that we were discussing is how to handle complaints. And the council, since the get-go, has what they call the grievance committee. The grievance committee was supposed to address issues with the staff. We have done before, council members and members of the advisory body, as well as sometimes members of the public that are obligated. So we have that available, and that grievance committee is a committee of the whole, WHOL. And yeah. And that committee is the voting members of the council, except for the regional administrators that reserve the right to say no or yes to any of the it's a lot of people. I hope it's not a bomb. But anyway, I just wanted to, for the record, state that that committee is available at any time. And the idea is to channel to that grievance committee any complaint, any grievance that we need to address. That committee meets before the council meetings, and then they don't make decisions for the council. They just look at the information, then filter that information to the council with some recommendations, and then the recommendations are discussed in the open, and then the final decision is by the council. This decision are submitted to the regional administrator, and the regional administrator then considers it goes on that. So that's that. We have that available, and then I believe for the December meeting we will have more information. The idea is to avoid including anything that is of the grievance character. What characteristics the grievance into reports to the council. They go then, for example, the SSC, and the other day they have the last slide. That last slide should have been gone to the grievance committee, but most people didn't know that. So I'm refreshing the memory of everybody that we have that. And the council is responsible for attending any matter that is related to the law, conflict of interest, etc. So we have that, committee to deal with this, of course. In this committee, you have the advice of the non-legal counsel and even the Department of Commerce, legal counsel, we have done that before. And in my case, one time we have to recruit the advice of the non-personnel experts. We have a conversation through telephones and they advise me how to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And we have now the next item on the agenda. We have no question. Is other business? Anybody from other business? Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Marcos. Two things. One, I'd like to request some additional time at the December council meeting to discuss amendments and actions. I think we don't spend enough time talking through some of the issues and talking with my staff in terms of priorities. We likely will have the pelagics document that we can bring back to you, as well as the year amendment with actions and alternatives. And so it'd be good to walk through those in a little bit more depth and really get input from the council. So just request time for the some additional time on the agenda for that. And then the second item is just from a priority standpoint. We have a lot of actions right now in the grid, which is a good thing. We are working obviously on the rulemaking for island-based FFPs. We have the spiny lobster action, we have the buoy gear action. Those are with no fishes, right? So we are reviewing the pelagics amendments and the gear amendment, the 12-year amendment is kind of the next priorities with permitting and some of the other actions beyond that. But if the council sees it differently, then we'd like to talk about that. There's only so much staff capacity and resources to be able to get things done between meetings. So we want to make sure we're bringing back the Caribbean Council, which we do in the highest priorities.
Miguel?
I think you think that after morning or the whole morning would be able to, it would be enough time to discuss these issues that you. Go ahead, Maria.
I think, this is Maria Lopez. I think, perhaps we could separate the whole morning, and if we don't need all that time, that will be the time that it could be used to accommodate something else that would, that extends. But I think, I agree. I think the whole morning will be good for us to discuss. Thank you.
And I want to state that also the flexibility of you and people that work with you, Maria, and so on, to accommodate the priorities that this council have been showing up in terms of actions and things to do, show the way you are connected to our needs, and we really appreciate that.
Yeah, this staff, mostly, Graciela and myself, we are going to contact Javier and Mark again in December, and then we can put together that section on the agenda, make sure that we cover what this Andy just mentioned, I think notes here, and that way we'll be able to organize that part of the agenda. We can have, for example, the morning of the second day, discuss it to that, or the afternoon of the first day. That would be something. Thursday. So we will do that. Then we can have the morning or have the afternoon. But that would be the first thing that we are going to discuss in December, on December 6th. And then we'll have to decide now, but I would like for the council to allow Maria del Mar and the staff for the CEO and sorry, the city council to work with the CEO. So we can promote with the right topics and the time that we need to discuss those.
I totally agree with Miguel, and the way I see this, because of the line that Miguel mentioned before, the workload that you guys have, they're pretty much setting up a working space to move this forward. Doesn't prevent that if there is more time needed, you guys because different situations gonna happen during the sequence of events from now on. And we're gonna keep the close communication with you like Miguel said, the staff, with you guys and myself. Thank you. Other business, anybody else? No.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I wanted to also bring up the request that we had for the additional SSC meeting and have a brief discussion on that so that that can get noticed on the register and people can plan for that. And perhaps, Graciela, do you want to?
Los días de la reunión de los.
So, yeah, I will put up the time and we can write them to the request.
Okay. Okay, I guess I could read this. We worked on, Graciela, Kevin and myself tried to work on what would be a good strategy for getting a number of stock assessments through the process so that the council can then potentially have ABC advice at the December meeting for both CDR 57 update and for the triggerfish assessment. So it's a tall order, but if we have the additional meeting, we want like an additional one in October 4th to 5th. This would be a 2-day hybrid or virtual meeting. Some people could be in the office. And that would define the path forward for developing ABC advice from CDR 80 clean triggerfish for the 3 islands. So at that meeting, we would need to present the assessments for St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, as well as outline how we would develop the ABC advice and any additional runs that would be needed, as well as projection settings. This would define the tasks that we would need to do in advance of the November meeting, so that we would have that material ready for the SSC in the November 29th to December 1st meeting. Then in that meeting, I will focus on reviewing the CDR 57 update. This is a strict update, adding additional years of data. So the review should not be too extreme because strict updates are assuming that the model is not really what gets reviewed. It's just, is the update correct? Is the new information good information? And then that meeting would also review the ABC advice coming from CDR 80 for the 3 islands. That would potentially have 6 allowable biological catch recommendations that could be put forth for the December council meeting. It all goes according to this plan. The other additional task would be reviewing the CDR 84 yellowtail snapper and stoplight parrotfish terms of reference. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to say that this paragraph gives me a great sign of relief. I see the light on the end of the tunnel, but I think that it's super meaningful for this council. Thank you very much for the work that you, Evan, Graciela, whoever worked with this plan came up with. Thank you very much. Anybody else wants to make a comment or any other reason? No? And I want to say something. I want to follow something because I received, this is a specific for your participation on the council, John, is that the fishermen and the fishing community have been sharing with you on the meeting and outside with all the knowledge that you share with them, the way you transmit your knowledge, the accessibility of yourself is super appreciated by all of us. And they asked me to transmit those thoughts with you, that this council appreciate a lot your presence here. And we really hope that it's not the first time, because you're more than welcome to the team, because we are all looking for the same result, right? A good management, good environment of healthy discussions, and you for sure can support us on that. Thank you very much.
John Walker, thank you, Chair, and I think on behalf of Clay Porch, Science Center Director, we both are glad to be able to attend in person, and both of us, or one, will try to attend more often these meetings because we think that it is really valuable to be there in person. You gain so much of the intangibles that you don't get from the remote environment. So, thank you.
And you and I keep bringing Kevin with you.
Kevin, I think Kevin is stuck.
It's the other way around.
No, we are thrilled to have a branch chief as capable as Kevin, and I think we're seeing the signs of that in his team and what they're providing, and the fact that they've been able to commit to that schedule is really, which is a lot of work on their part, but they think they can do it.
Thank you. Kevin. So two things, this is Kevin. First of all, I'm glad you all heard that. It's on the record because we're up for annual reviews right now and my thoughts are listening in, Shannon. The other thing is I was just chatting back and forth with Shannon and I said, if we get 6 doc assessments through in one meeting, is that going to be some kind of record? And as far as she knows, it will be at least in the southeast. So it's ambitious. But I think we've got a good plan and I'm looking forward to moving forward with this.
For James. For the newcomer, this seems to be like every day campaign, but it took a lot of time. But with a lot of good people to come to the point that we are now, we have a branch. For each one of the 3 councils, we have the Gulf County, Atlantic, and for this county to receive the brain power that they have inside the Fishery Science Center dedicated to what we have here, it's a very high achievement. And that's why we want to thank, as the chairman said, the Fishery Science Center for the community they have here. So I just want to tell you that because this is a story where you come in and see a snapshot of a success story, but there's a long way that we travel together with the group. And the same goes for the regional office. The regional office, they have a branch for the Caribbean. And it could be led by Bill Arnold, now it's led by Jack. And the 2 ladies who work with us all the time, Maria del Mar and Sarah Ferguson, you heard on the Google. The 2 ladies. Thank you.
Thank you. And JJ.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the 84 is only the terms of reference, right? It's not the full stock asset.
Kevin, so 84, we're starting with the terms of reference so that the process can begin. So, we're not going for 9, just 6. Let's keep it at 6.
Yeah. And it was clear on the paragraph that you stated that he's on the record already, which is pretty good. And I want to wrap up this on a very good note. I try to be very positive, even though I'm just feeling the pressure of a lot of things here. James, I'm super impressed as your participation at the first meeting, your ability to communicate to everybody, your interest. And I again welcome you to make any questions and to engage to all those people here. And I'm trying to my best for everybody to understand that if you work together, you're gonna have 6 great jobs like Kevin mentioned, that will be a record possible. And I invite you guys to keep pulling in the same direction and let's move forward. There's nothing else to say. Thank you to all, especially thank you to Christina and thank you to Yahai for an excellent, super job. Yes, and before I end the meeting, we have the public comment period. And Miguel, next meeting dates?
Okay, before that, anybody who has the car park, check with us, with that lady, because we have a space array of 12 hours per day. So be sure that you get the sticker. Then the next meeting of the council will be here in San Juan, the Embassy Suites, December 6th and 7th. It will be hybrid, as I mentioned, all our meetings will be hybrid. Some people ask me, are we traveling somewhere else besides this hotel? Unfortunately, after the pandemic, the hotels are really trying to
catch up. We cannot compete with weddings, anniversaries, all kind of things, but, we were trying to see if we can move. In the case of the bananas, I believe that the French Mountain Hotel is still closed. I hope that whenever they open the hotel, the French Mountain is the one that can accommodate the council, the needs that we have for the council. And we can move, and there's another issue. Probably we'll have to wait until 2023 to go to the bananas, because the cases and curves are only do bikes. The rest is the Cape Fear one. That's the little airplane that people don't like. But that's what we have here. We have been advised, actually, when I talked to Carlos, they still have those to fight. In the case of St. Thomas and John, they have a Weaver Passage. We have been able to have meetings there. But we're working for those. And hopefully, once we have those hotels, the first thing that we're going to have are the DAP meetings. Once the item-based committees are approved, or implemented, they were approved in 2020, I will call Nelson, Julian, and Eddie to start coordinating the first in-person meeting in one of the areas. So we are going to discuss the implementation of those plans. The cases I Croix, they already have some amendments in the work. St. Thomas and John, they also have this amendment is important. In the case of St. John, we're talking to Julian about some possible action that we would like to discuss. And I'm sure that Nelson and Eddie have all this idea that we want to discuss. So we will try to move out of this area whenever we can, but unfortunately, it's very difficult. That's that, Mr. Chairman. If you have any questions, we have in the next meeting.
I don't see any question. Greg, you want to mention something? Raise your hand.
Yes. Yes, James Craig Lowe. I was going to suggest Margaritaville is running strong in St. Thomas.
Yeah, but they told us that they don't want us there. We went to visit Canada. We have visited every place. And Margaritaville is a beautiful place. However, you have to be a member to be able to have a conference from there. They don't. But if you have any connection there, please let me know so we can go there.
Union McGrath, the record on. The Frenchman route is stated to open up on December 1st. So hopefully, once they get up and running, I've reached out to a few people there, but they haven't agreed to open up any of the banquet rooms yet. And that's where we normally keep the meetings. So, but they are opening up the main hotel first, and that's going to be in December 1st if everything goes well. So as soon as I get some more information, I'll contact Diana. I told her I'm working out for her, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Thank you. Dylan is our spot. He's the one who goes. Yeah, really, because when he's out, the contact person there to plan ahead. But thank you, Dylan. I'm sure that we can meet in 2023 sometime in the St. Thomas, hopefully. Unless we have another virus, we don't know the Greek weather, and we'll find it.
Yeah, thank you to everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to serve as the chair and to facilitate your good thinking and good intentions moving forward. The meeting is adjourned. It's 3:06 p.m. Thank you. Today is always fun.